Morning everyone and welcome to the council meeting for the 12th of February. Please join with me in standing for the opening karakia. Whakatā
Te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau te tona, kia mā kina te uta, kia mā tarakatata. Te āke ana te atakura, i te he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauriora.
Right, we have no apologies or declarations today. I'll just have a tiny wee chit chat here. Rightio, we're here to discuss and agree on the content of our draft annual plan so we can start the consultation process. This is a crucial step so we can hear back from our community about what we're planning to deliver over the next year. Before we dive into the details and hear from our staff, we'll listen to the recommendations from the Audit and Risk Management Committee. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Councillor McClelland, our Deputy Chair of Audit and Risk, to share the committee's recommendations. Over to you, Jake.
Thank you. Bruce, firstly, apologies from Bruce. He would have liked to have been here, but he's up in Wellington. And obviously, if anyone is in need of a good audit and risk chair, it would be Wellington. ARMC met on Monday to consider the 2025-26 annual plan process and council's intention to consult with the public. Our committee's role is to consider the systems, processes and controls implemented, ensuring the plan and resulted consultation document will be robust and useful. We are not debating the policies or positions reached. That's for full council. We did note and discuss council is progressing to a balanced budget over time. We recognise the substantial work put in by both elected members and staff. And now it's time to discuss this with the community. We're particularly appreciative of the care and concern management showed through the quality review process and sign-offs, and we confirm that in the committee's opinion, an appropriate process has been followed in preparation of the information that provides the basis for the draft annual plan 2025-26. In short, it's good to go.
Excellent. Has anyone got any questions relating to the Audit and Risk Management Committee? Sarah, please.
Kia ora, thanks. Thanks, Jake. Just wondering about the balanced budget and rating for renewals, and how comfortable is the committee on having such a long period of time and the process around making that decision, for the financial prudence stuff?
We didn't speak to the. Does staff have a comment on that?
Through you, Your Worship and councillors. Look, I think that issue was explored a little bit and staff were asked for their comments. The balanced budget issue was noted, but if you look across the timeline of the plan, we do have a balanced budget. And in terms of the renewals, they note that it's out by a year under the financial strategy, but I think generally from a financial point of view, they were comfortable that it was a satisfactory or prudent position for us to be in at present.
Okay, thanks.
Okie doke. Righto, that's all the questions on that. So now we'll move on to invite staff to introduce the report. Bede, Russell and Pete. So far away, gents.
Morena, Mayor and Councillors, and thank you very much. Look, as was noted by Councillor McCullum making the observations or comments from the Audit and Risk Committee, this follows on from the work that has been undertaken, really starting, I suppose, back in August last year with that initial workshop. We had the meeting of 10th December last year where direction was given on the draft annual plan and its build. And that's what we're presenting today in terms of for consultation with the community. But with that, I might hand on to Peter to run through the report and allow Russell any comments before we hand back for questions.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Look, I think just a 2-minute summary of how we got here and where we are before we dive into the detail of the document. Council signed off a 2024 to 34 long-term plan last year in June. That had a rates increase based on a variety of factors around inflation, insurance, staff for Parakiore Rec and Sports Centre, climate resilience, coastal adaptation, and Te Kaha, among some other things. The purpose of this annual plan is to make transparent any changes since June. They have come to light. There are some, and they've come to light in the 9 workshops between September and December. And the annual plan you're considering today is the result of the formal council meeting of 10th of December and the direction we got there. It's not a fundamental amendment of the LTP. Council was very clear that's not the purpose of this plan or the process. It does contain proposed changes that Council's given direction on. One of those is an increase in inflation around the local government bill forecast. There are changes to drinking water, wastewater and stormwater maintenance, some additional rating for asset renewals, and some costs imposed by central government around water services regulators and some other ups and downs that we'll get to. The net effect of all of that, after some positives were applied, credits, insurance settlement, etc., is that the LTP rates increase of 8.48% is currently proposed at 8.93, a change of just under 0.5%. That's the crux of where we're at. The detail is set out in attachment O of the report. But as we move through the day, it will be helpful to keep those factors and levers in mind around debate and discussion as they're the drivers of the plan that we've got so far as a draft. So that's the overview. Unless Russell or Bea, do you want to add anything further to that?
That's good.
Okay. Look, I'm happy to step through the report, but it's too bulky to line by line. The process we have followed was agreed and given to us by Council in August of last year. The direction was very clear. We're not amending the LTP. We don't want to incur audit costs and fundamentally rewrite something that was only signed off 6 or 7 months ago. The changes in there are pretty clear. There have been some positives applied to bring the rates down as much as we could find. The sign-off process for audit and risk, as Councillor McClelland has said, was pretty clear. We're straight on our facts about how these numbers are made up. I think the best thing would be to follow the step-by-step guide that committee support has supplied on how to do the process from here, unless there are other questions at the beginning around the context and the starting point that we're launching from.
Okay, all good? Right. Do councillors have any questions about staff on the annual plan only, just what they've just presented, because we've got the juicier stuff later on? Any questions? Nope, that's good. So I'll move on to, I'll move and Pauline will second. Yep. Recommendations 1, 2 and 3. Is there any debate from anyone, if they want to, on recommendations 1, 2 or 3? Okay. All happy? Reading? Good as gold. Right, I'll put recommendations 1, 2 and 3 to the vote. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Thank you, that's carried. Right. Now I am moving and Pauline is seconding the suspending of standing orders. Everyone's happy with that, so I'll put that. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you, carried. And this is, I will move and Pauline will second a recommendation 4. And this is just to put the annual plan on the table and open up for debate and any councillors that amendments might happen. So that's just out there. So now we'll move on to, I will now ask councillors if they have any amendments that they wish to put forward for the draft annual plan, including a seconder. Once we have received and clarified all the potential amendments, we will then take a break while staff gather the relevant information and rates impacts. Once you have raised your amendment, please email this to Sam, and including your seconder. Now, can councillors raise their hand if they have an amendment, please?
Sorry, when you asked before, anyone got any questions on 1, 2 and 3, that was just the ARMC. I had a question on the staff presentation that was not ARMC.
It was.
just when you read it out,
It was all the staff
it was all
presentation.
present. Oh, okay.
The
that's
first
fine.
one was when
Yeah.
And the AMC Rex.
the AMC first, and then you asked any questions about the
staff.
stuff.
Okay. I must have.
But you've set aside standing orders, so if
Yeah, can I
Sarah's
just-
got questions, you could
Yeah.
ask them.
Sorry, can I just clarify on the rating for renewals? So on page 16, we've got a section in there, 12.7, with an alternative for rating for renewals. So in the LTP, we had a resolution that said that we would consider increasing rating for renewals. So I just want to clarify that that's the information in here that would allow that to take place if we chose to discuss and debate that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that's quite correct. The request was for information to come back that could be considered. So
Yeah.
that's the basis of that information, what the impact would be.
Okay, and so if it was $2 million, you'd just double the stuff that was in there?
That's correct. We've gone for the $1 million to show the impact. So that's sort of like the template. So then you can take it from there. Yep.
And the impact over 26 to 31, it's like 0.81, 0.5, so it's $1.31 million total in savings for a $1 million a year investment. Or is that $1.3 million a year savings? Which would make sense from the information we had in the LTP.
Sorry, I'm just referring to the... So through you, Mr. Mayor, so the components are we're saving over the longer term, over the 6 years effectively. Interest saving is 0.81 million. Yeah. Debt repayment that we don't have to do is $500,000, and so overall rate saving is the 1.31 over that term. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And if we invested $2 million, you'd save $2.62 million worth of extra payments that we wouldn't have had otherwise.
That's correct for each year. That's what you're talking about. So the top one is for the 6 years. So we're saying at the moment that's just 1 year, $1 million in each of the 6 years.
Yeah.
So if we were to whatever factor on top of that, then that would increase those numbers by that same factor.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, is anyone else? Excuse me, Yanni.
Yeah, thanks. I was just wondering, between when we gave the initial direction and today, have there been any changes to the capital program? And if so, what are they?
Through you, Your Worship, look, any changes to the capital program have come back through the PMO reporting process through F&P. So is that just clarifying, is that your question, other than what we have signalled in the report here is proposed in terms of any capital changes? So those are the two avenues through which changes for the capital program have been presented to Council.
Right, okay. And are you able just to talk through, in terms of the engagement with community boards to get to this stage, what feedback we've had from community boards and what's been added as a result or changed as a result?
Through you, Your Worship, I think those who attended the community board meetings and presented the various parts, whether it's transport and parks and reserves and so on, would probably be better placed to provide that feedback, or through the community board process. I haven't got that detail, but I do know that there have been a series of meetings and that information has flowed and has been taken into account. I couldn't speak to all of the detail though.
Will there be something in the consultation document that talks about the program level changes?
Through you, Your Worship, I think Andrew was going to make a comment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's quite a detailed program for this work that's been agreed with the board chairs. That can be circulated separately if you wish, so that all councillors can be reminded of what that process is and the dates and the timing.
Yeah, I think that would be useful. Yeah.
Thank you. That's good. Any other questions before we move on? So now, as from what I understand, there is roughly 10 amendments. Is that right? Thereabouts, whatever. So if councillors can now raise their hand if they have an amendment, and don't forget we've got to send it through to Sam, including your seconder. Oh, sorry, Tyler, you had I'll just look at my list. You had a question first.
Yeah, I just wanted to gain some clarity. So there's, other than the reporting that we've been given over the FMP report meetings, there's been no substantial or notable changes to the capital program from the long-term plan to now.
No, so any changes to the capital program from the LTP are either in this report and such as work that may be getting rephased or changed, or we've identified it through the reports, the PMO reports that come up through FMP are really the only two ways that changes would come back to the council. So, is there any project in particular?
No. So in the last LTP and the annual plan before that, there was sort of a tracking system where we were able to see what changes are being proposed to be cut and those to be pushed forward. It didn't happen this time. It was a lot different in this annual plan, so I just wanted to make sure that there's no fish hooks.
My understanding was that for the last one, it was the things that were being moved in the forward program. At the moment, changes are only being made through FMP of movement, movements that actually this project's not going to be able to be delivered by December. We need to push it out to February, or there's been so the movements are usually within the existing program and moving them in terms of timing and potentially sometimes in terms of budget changes within the program. For the LTP, the changes were forecasting 10 years out, the whole 10-year program.
Yeah.
So that's the difference between an annual plan and an LTP, if that makes sense.
No, yeah. In the annual plan before the LTP, there was a tracking system on all of the capital projects that we had for our wards, which were proposed to be changed. So, like, for example, transport and water gave us red lines and spreadsheets to say this is what we're proposing. I just wanted to make sure that there's none of those in this one because we sort of didn't have the same system. Cool.
Okay. Celeste, do you have a question on this or an amendment coming up?
Both.
Well, we'll do the question now, and we'll do the amendment
sure.
when we get onto that.
So this is just a follow-up to Yanni's question. We have a list of community board priorities, and we gave feedback through the community board has given feedback in terms of reprioritisation of some specific things, such as parks and so forth. But we haven't been given any updated lists, so we don't know what's being reprioritised. How do we know what to advocate for if we don't have that information?
I think that was in your answer.
Sorry, thanks, Brent. The date for sending all the information back has not been reached yet, but it's due shortly. So you'll see the response in a second once Sam can distribute it. Sure. It's got the full detailed schedule of the program that was agreed with all the board chairs on how that work would be carried out.
Okay.
Just a comment on that. The challenge is, of course, we can't see where things sit. So if things are not on budget this year and we want to advocate for that, we don't have that information to make amendments today. So I'm just making that.
So my understanding is that what this council's agreed to has been a capital program envelope, including some major projects, but at a board level there's been an envelope of funding and then agreed that actually the boards would prioritise. So so there's no change to the envelope of funding that's happened. It's just actually which programs fit in or out of that. And that happens generally because there's movement all the time throughout the year of what's in and out depending on timing and budgets and
so
and
that's the information we're looking for,
envelope stays the
substitutions,
same.
if they'd been moved into the year lines that we'd requested. It's just that information that the board put forward.
X number of dollars has been given to each board. Staff have gone around and talked to each board and said, how do you want us to spend the X number of dollars? And it's up to the board to do it, not to bring it back here and say, I want this, I want that. It's already in the board process. Yanni.
I don't think that's what happened. Staff went around with the programs of work that they had with the specific projects. So the board got to see projects in year 1, 2, 3, I think maybe a bit longer out. The feedback, I think, or the request was that anything in the first financial year could not be touched, but that the feedback would go towards two and 3. so that those things could be switched around. But it wasn't a case of the boards getting a big lump sum and saying, how do you want to spend it? It was a case of, this is what's already on budget. These are the projects that are already
That's right.
within the programs, and you can
Prioritise and
look at that. But for example, there's a flooding thing in here, which has got a lot of money, got a big increase, the surface flooding reduction program. But I have no visibility of the streets that are in that for this year, right? And yet I've had complaints from residents for certain areas. So again, it's just how can people make submissions if they
Sorry,
can't see?
Phil, but I mean, if you take that example, that was a Pauline-led amendment from the LTP, which got council support, and the idea was it would be worked through. So, I mean, we're at the draft, aren't we?
But
unless I've got something wrong.
So I've asked for what's the process and timing, prioritisation. I still haven't had that resolved. If, for example, do I put forward streets today to get added to that list?
I know for a fact that I saw the list of upcoming meetings that we're going to have, not meetings, what's it called? Workshops. And there's a list by Gavin of, I think, 30 odd or whatever, and that's going to be put in front of us real soon on where we start, because it's up to us to decide, there's X number of dollars, which one do you want, where do you want it, and that's coming.
The point is, we're going out for consultation on our draft annual plan. The community, the people in McLean Street, will probably want to make submissions and probably want to have visibility of what we're doing in that space. So how do we...
So can we just have, when we have a break, we'll do some discussion about there's potential, and I will check whether we can make sure that visibility is available.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful, right?
It won't, I think it would make the consultation too long, but if possible, we could have a link to that information where people can go and and have a look, but I'll need to check that will be available in time.
It's only the first year, and it's only 20 million a year, I believe, that's going in there. So people can say, "Oh, we'd like this one," and if it lines up with the list that we're going to get, well and good. But we haven't got a lot of money in there at the moment, but it is starting.
So can we just park it for the moment, and we'll see what, and come back to you with what we propose we can do.
Okay. So the only other question, and thank you, we got the Eastgate bus memo last night, which. I appreciate getting the information back, but is there anything else that's outstanding that we were supposed to have done before the draft annual plan was agreed to inform the draft annual plan before we sign off on it? For example, I was under the impression we'd get more information about Bromley roads, for example, but there might be other things that we'd agreed. So has anyone checked what the outstanding actions are and if we've given effect to those?
Peter, your team have looked through the outstanding actions and there were none open, is that correct?
I believe there are still some open.
Oh, there.
That's pending technical advice from the head of service.
Right. Okay.
So still chasing some of those open action items.
Right, okay.
Okay,
Great.
thank you.
Okay,
Right.
so-
Aaron?
Well, just on the point that Yanni was raising around streets, isn't any community or any street allowed to submit on the annual plan on stuff they would like? So if you're a local councillor that has an issue, put a wee post up. Andre does a lot of them, so you can learn something off his page, anyone here, and say, if you have an issue around this, submit on the annual plan. And then when we hear back that list, we can prioritise. If we hear from McLean Street, like every single resident writes in and says it's a problem, as a council, we're most likely to go, we should probably put McLean Street near the top. I thought that's how it worked.
No, that's not always how it works.
Thank you,
That'll
Mel.
delay it for another
It
year.
is.
Okay.
You can also work through your community board, just
Righto, Peter's.
Have been doing that, and we're still waiting to get the response back from Transport. Still haven't had it back after several weeks. So I have been trying, and it's just we're setting the budget, and look at what happened on Wine Street, and then it ends up delaying the project for another year, 2 years.
Peter.
So
Just a very quick point.
Quiet, please, Peter.
There is a very detailed schedule of capital changes attached to the report. It goes down to the level of Ruru Cemetery burial beam removal, 1 and 2K projects. But there is a second set, which Andrew's referred to, around the normal ongoing iterative action between boards and programs of work. and they don't normally appear in the annual plan or LTP because they're iterative, constantly moving interplay between the board and staff. So there's kind of two levels to this discussion. One is in the document, the other one is the one that Andrew referred to. Does that
Yep, good, great. Right, we'll now move on to amendments. I have Mark had his hand up for a start, and what is it, please? And have you sent it to Sam?
Yeah, I was communicating with Sam and Bede last night. So it's around the Air Force Museum grant questioning and just reworking that text.
So what's the, because we need to do this in public. So what is your amendment? Your amendment is?
The amendment is to redraft the text for the Air Force Museum grant question.
And you've got a seconder? You're all good?
Yep.
Righto, no problem. Righto. Sam?
Who's the seconder?
Yep, thanks. I've got a few. So the first one is to carry forward 8 million additional from this year's forecast surplus to use on the additional payroll costs budgeted for next year. The next one is hold the capital, but this may be...
Do you have a seconder for that one?
Aaron. Yeah. I've just put Aaron against the lot.
Okay.
Assuming you're okay with that. Don't worry, there's no spending. So that's good. The next one is, but it may be subject, it may just need to be before Victoria and Tyrone do their one. I mean, maybe after their one, which is hold the capital program amount at the LTP budget for the next annual plan and use the projected carry forward balance of the capital program to reflect changes by council to the Three Waters budget, which is pretty standard. It just reflects our changes. The next one, Aaron's
against all of them.
For the next one, it's of the rate reduction debt repayment applied of the current forecast, which we've got that split baked into the budget, because we're reducing the capital program in the above amendment, move the balance to rates reduction. 4, request the Chief Executive in time for the adoption of the final annual plan to provide additional saving options for Council to consider to offset rates, noting that these savings need to be options permissible without triggering an LTP. The next one is, and we may need to work on the wording of this, just remove all speed bumps, safety cushion budget items from the transport capital and operational budgets for the draft annual plan. But we may need to just work on the tweaking of that because they might not be line items, they may be within budgets. So if transport are able to get a quantum, that would be cool. And then the last one for me, we've got a bit in there, but just to be really, really clear, adding into the draft consultation document a question regarding what ratepayers would like us to not spend money on.
Okay, we've
That's
got those.
me.
Thank
Cool.
you. Righto, we've got the next one. Who had Sarah, hand up?
Thanks. That council consult on selling the Litchfield Street car parking building as using that capital to improve our water infrastructure. The second one, that staff provide advice, and Tyrone's seconding that one, that staff provide advice on establishing a searchable decision-making transparency tool like Wellington City Council have just launched in time for the adoption of the annual plan. That's one that's searchable. You can see who voted for what and that kind of stuff. And so Tyler, you're doing that one. And then that council consult on increasing rating for renewals by $2 million a year to make savings and costs over time. And Melanie's seconding that one. And Melanie's seconding it. And they're all sent through.
All done. Now, just to put people in the picture with Litchfield Street, I have been working on that with staff for the last, probably 2-4 months, and the report, which is very well progressed, is coming to us either late March or early April. It's well progressed, but we'll hear about that later on when we go down the track. Tyrone. Oh.
Yep. So that council. So Melanie's seconding all of these. Mm-hmm. Thanks, Mel.
You won't mind them.
So council allocates $1 million from the Capital Endowment Fund to support progress for the reinstatement of Te Waka Littleton Museum. And then these are a bit more woolly, so I need advice. But the council allocate $2 million in its capital program for 26-27 to support progress for Te Waka Littleton Museum, and allocates $3 million in its capital program for 27-28 to support progress of the reinstatement of Te Waka Littleton Museum. and that council adds the reinstatement of Te Waka Littleton Museum to its consultation document for this annual plan, asking citizens how council and the community can support its reinstatement.
Good.
Yep.
Done. What have we got? Celeste.
So the first one is staff to investigate the option to install a secondary high-level outlet on the existing Signet Street stormwater outfall, to be funded from the surface flooding reduction program. Second one.
Sorry, who's your seconder for that?
Seconder.
It's Yanni for all of them.
But can we just clarify though? Yanni's just spent 10 minutes criticising the $18 million program that he's now wanting to take money out of.
He was talking about the
I asked
community
the
board
process of putting projects on
reprioritisation.
Right.
But
And this is
anyway,
what we're told.
so the next one was request that staff undertake further work to refine, to improve better walking and cycling connections along Marine Parade, to be undertaken as part of the Eastern Orbital planning work. So these are both cost neutral. And then the third one was, just got to pull that up, but it's effectively around getting staff advice about improving the shoulder on the Lower Styx Road. So it's just adding in a missing gap there in terms of the footpath.
Yep. Oh, yep. Righto.
Will you send those through, Celeste?
Yes,
Great.
please. Tyler.
I'm still working on it, but it's surrounded around reducing costs of consultants and asking for staff advice on what it would take to bring some of those in-house.
And
I know that there's been a report and a review on that already, but keen for a seconder.
Yeah. Yanni, you did the seconder? Yep.
Include the cycleway consultants as well, which I've been asking for.
We'll
And never
see
really
what
got
that is when it
information.
comes to us as consultants in general, I think.
So who was your seconder?
Yanni.
Yanni, great.
Now on Victoria and Pauline. Yep.
Thank you. My amendment is in relation to the capital program, and it includes a substantive amendment with a couple of noting provisions, please, and it's to be seconded by Councillor Fields. And the request is that we align the core capital program, excluding Te Kaha, to match the approved delivery forecast for the corresponding period. And I'm seeking that staff provide the delivery forecast and analysis well in advance of the final plan adoption meeting, and that the analysis of deliverability includes implications on any significant changes to level of service, if any, and ask that staff also provide options to reduce the risks associated with delivery of the capital program. This arises out of the questions that I asked in the recent finance and performance meeting. I've raised it with the finance team and I've sent a copy off to Sam.
Thank you. Jake?
Two from me, that council reinstate the second section of the Richmond Greenway, and Sam has the more specific wording on that one, and that council consult on allocating, I've put $200, but I think I meant to say $200,000 for a pilot central city shuttle service. This was an idea that we ticked off last term, but it disappeared into the ether, so it'd be good to consult the public on.
And seconder is? Oh, sorry. Yep, cool. Okay, thank you. Hang on, Vic. Andre.
Thank you. That council consults on whether the $5 million collected from the cathedral levy be retained or offset against rates. Second to Harrison Hunt. And that council consults on delaying the Lincoln Road Hewletts to Wright public transport improvements. Second to Coker.
Okay. Victoria, did you have another one?
My question is actually a matter of process rather than an amendment, and it's just a request for.
Sorry, can you just pause for a minute? We're just making sure that
up.
we've recorded the seconders and.
Yeah, I've got Councillor Moore's seconders.
Okay, great.
Sorry, what was the amendment? I don't know.
The one that Mel was seconding.
Delaying. Well, it's asked. Well, the plan delays it, and it's consulting on that fact.
So Martin, so you'll second it.
Okay, so we're back to Vic with a protest question.
Yep, my question is just a request really for my colleagues who are putting in amendments in relation to specific projects within their community board areas, that they inform us about where that particular project sits in their board priorities, so that we can actually be fully informed about whether they are community board priorities or whether they are newcomers.
In the time that we're going to have very soon, staff can come back and say, that's already in there, it's miles away, it's coming, or
Okay.
whatever.
But I totally support what Vic's saying. It's actually really important to know whether these are priorities and where they are with the actual community boards.
What is we can't do
try in the
everything and we have
break
to
to
prioritise.
identify if the board, what the board vote was, if we can, on those things, and whether the councillor's motion is consistent with the board vote. Or
Yeah.
Just alignment around the
See
board
if we can
priorities. Thank
still
you.
get that.
Someone pushing their own barrow. Right, any more? Oh, sorry, Pauline, yep.
Accepted. So I didn't really want to do this because I believe that we've got this program in hand, and as the Mayor said, we've already begun this, but I have to if other councillors are putting up areas that are flooding in their ward. So my amendment is that staff prioritise the Edgware Village area for flooding mitigation through the surface flooding reduction program. But I'm sure we'll get staff advice on all of these, but I have to do that.
Do you have a seconder?
Yanni?
Cool. So,
I'm just pleased the money's still there.
no, I was trying to spend it, Sam, not get rid of it. Actually, spend it on
Now
things that
there
the
is a
community
surprise,
would
Yanni.
like.
There is a surprise.
So the amendments that council reduced the total budget to 856k from 6.856 million for the major cycleway Heathcote Express route, Scruttons Road, Kiwiwell Crossing, and reallocate the funding to improving Bromley Roads project, 2.5 million in FY 25-26 and 2.5 million in FY 26-27, and Healthy Streets Linwood reinstatement 500,000 in FY 25-26 and 500,000 in 26-27.
Who's your seconder?
Seconder?
Celeste.
Celeste, okay.
Right. Is there anything that we can take out of your area that could help out? I don't know. It's
Right, moving right along. If there is no, Aaron?
Yeah, I'd just like to put up an amendment that we do no non-essential maintenance for 1 year. So that's like carpet, painting, that kind of stuff. But any essential maintenance still carries on. Anything structural, anything around leaks, but non-essentials just frozen for a year. Yeah.
Okay.
Who seconded that, so?
Yeah.
Who seconded?
Oh, it's Kelly Barber.
Kelly. Okay. Right. Quickly.
No.
We'll now take a break, and this could take a wee while, and thank you for your patience to gather the relevant information on the rates impact. And so we'll be back here. I can't really tell you when. It could be at least
11. Let's start with being back here at
okay, 11. We're back. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you so much for your patience. There's a lot of work gone in behind the scenes here. We will go through each amendment. Staff will provide any information we need to consider, and then councillors can ask questions of the mover or the staff. Okie dokie.
Great. So if I just quickly explain how we intend to go through each of those. So what we have done is looked at the proposed amendment, and we are providing advice around any potential tweaks to the amendment, rate impact, and also any additional advice you may want to consider this. We are proposing that we first go through the non-transport ones, and then we'll have to come back to the transport ones because they're still being finalised. So if we go through these, in this, in some cases, we have moved the order than what they were put, so we are putting all the ones around potential savings in a clump together. So you'll see that some of those suggested resolutions have been grouped together. So if we start off with the ones around savings, forecast savings, and you'll see that there was initially the one from McDonald and McEwen there around savings. We are suggesting that that first one can remain. It can be put and debated. So this is just put and debated, and we can ask questions about it later. That the staff advice oh, sorry, I'm thinking of the wrong one. I'm reading the wrong one.
Oh, we're looking at the three.
Yes, yeah, so perhaps if I hand over to Bede and Russell to do this one. Sorry.
That's all right. So, look, the advice on this one from Councillor McDonald is that there's risk around, you can see the impact, minus 1.04% this year, but it does increase the rate next year by the same amount. And the staff advice is that there is risk around the forecast surplus. We're halfway through the year, and so it's not recommended. If council is wishing to proceed, our advice would be it's considered at the time of the final adoption. But there is the rate impact. That's what it would do. Essentially minus 1% this year, and then it's on next year.
Could we get that circulated, like all of the...
Yeah, we're about to circulate it. So if we perhaps, do you want to debate them one by one, or shall we come back with all the advice and then come back to debate? Okay, great. Okay. But
do we do questions on each one now before we move to the next one?
Yeah.
Do you want to do it that way?
Any questions for clarity?
Right, so this is questions for clarity of either the mover or staff on that one. Okay? Aaron.
So just to clarify, if it's not on this year's and it's on next year's, it's still the same percentage rate. So that just means people's rates are lowered this year. So it just buys them another year's time, but it doesn't put up rates beyond what they'd go up this year if it's left in. You're moving the 1.04% by a year. So that means people's rates are 1% lower this year. They're still going to go up next year. But if we do it, put it in this year, it means they go up this year. So they're paying it for a year longer of their life, essentially. But the amount doesn't compound and go up to a higher amount because it's a year later.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So
well, it's like saying you've got a bill coming to paint your house, but if you leave it another year, that you've just not paid the bill for a year, but you got the money in your pocket now in the bank.
From a mathematic point of view, you're quite right. We're taking the money earlier than we would. So that means it will go down. It's currently 893. It would go down by 1.04%, and the following year it would go up by 1.04. So that's just over 10% as numbers are currently sitting. Also, I'd like to point out that that year there's also the general revaluation is occurring in that year as well. So there will be some movement across that. So it was just adding more volatility, if you like, in that year.
Okay.
Right.
Got it? Pauline, please.
What's the intention to use the 8 million surplus for if we didn't use it for that? Is
So
that debt
through you, Mr.
reduction?
Mayor, traditionally, the level of surplus is discussed at council in August when the previous year's is firm. And if there's carry forwards or specific things that are targeted, then they are put forward as a recommendation to council, and whatever's left is generally applied to debt.
Thank you.
Okay. Sarah, please.
No, that was my question too.
Okay,
Thanks.
doke. Right. We'll
Move on.
to the next one, please. Okay.
So through you, do you want me to explain it?
Yeah, please do.
So there was a use of $6 million, and it was split between repaying debt and offsetting rates. So the proposal, this amendment is saying, rather than splitting it to pay debt and rates, put it all against rates. So that's what the extra $2.65 million is doing. Same situation as the previous amendment, where there'll be a saving or a reduction, not really a saving, it's a reduction in the year 25-26, and then that is bumped up by the same amount in the following year.
Okay. Melanie?
With this one and the one previous, are these things, could we amend these to put them out for consultation to ask people if they'd like to pay them now or have their rates go up by 1.5% next year extra?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that could be an item in the consultation document we could ask.
Would it, yeah, because if we're going to do this, I'd like to consult on it.
For sure.
Okay. Any other questions on this one? Okay, next, please.
This is the one on savings that I started to talk about, so I was looking at the wrong one. So this is the one where we just have, where there were actually there were 4 amendments that were similar, so we have clumped them together. So the first one, it was the one that McDonald and Kewen suggested, and then the other 2 came, 23 and 26 came later, so we have weaved these together. So the advice is that that amendment could proceed or could be debated, but we would recommend that it's combined with the 2 other amendments around asking the CE to specifically explore options for reducing non-essential matings and consulting costs. So there were 2 other suggested amendments around asking the CE to come back with advice about those 2 things. You could wind them together. And then the additional amendment, which was around adding things to the consultation document, if this went ahead, that would be the proposed wording. So there were 4 proposed amendments that were put forward. The first one could be debated, which is just asking the CE to provide additional savings options, noting that these could not trigger an amended LTP. The other 2, which were around asking the CE to come back with advice around non-essential maintenance or reducing consultants' cost, would be grouped into that as well. So some of that advice that the CE would bring back would also include those options, looking at those options. And then the other amendment was about asking a question about this in the consultation document, and down there is, if you decided to go ahead, that would be the proposed wording that you could have. They're all there.
Yep. Okay, as people
just
want
for
to
clarity's
read that
purpose.
for a bit.
You've melted in my amendment into this one, eh?
Yes, and melted in Councillor Moore's, I think it was Kewen's. So these 2 have been put in there as sub-ones with that one.
Yeah, cool.
Okay, so we've got 2 questions of this at the moment. Sarah, please.
Thanks. Completely get this. And I know that we can't trigger an LTP process, but also if things are coming back after the consultation process is already done, we need to make sure that whatever gets brought back actually just doesn't require additional consultation. Yes. So there have to be things that we can do without consultation, and that might, and it'll vary. Some things we'll get some feedback and we'll have some idea of community views and preferences. Some things we won't.
Yes.
So it'll only be able to be things that...
That's why it says that in the word, and you wouldn't have a chance to read it, but it does cover that in the proposed wording. So it says, as council can only make minor adjustments to respond to your feedback. If there are other changes, we would require by legislation to consult and do this separate to the
Which, and that's consistent with the amendment, which was don't trigger an LTP.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no one wants
and
to
that's
go
that stuff that's beyond normal LTP stuff.
Yes, yeah. So that's why we're recommending that, or wording like that in the consultation document, so people know that they can suggest things. Some things may not be able to be considered as part of the annual plan.
And people would need to know that not only could they suggest things that are savings, but also if there are things that they don't want to be, if they're things that they don't want cut, so that we have community views and preferences on both sides, if you like. Does that make sense? Because if people are asked for savings but they're not asked for things you don't want cut, then we wouldn't have a full perspective.
So in the gap, we could come back with some wording before we get to the consultation document. We could do some wording.
That would be great. Thanks.
Tyler, is your one been answered, mate? You had your hand up? Yeah, all good. You're good? Righty
You're okay with your non-essential maintenance, Councillor Kewen, which is weaved in there as well?
Sorry, there may be a slight risk. I mean, God forbid it happens, but if this gets turned down, if A27 gets turned down by way of council, that would also mean that my consulting amendment would have failed also, because there's a difference between non-essential maintenance works and consulting costs.
You could when you debate that, you could foreshadow something.
Okay, just in case. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yep.
Okay.
Consultant cost. It's different, isn't it?
Yeah. It's not consultant cost. We'll tidy that up.
Mel?
Yep.
So I'm a bit confused about this, only because the wording that's the recommended addition to the consultation document doesn't mention either maintenance or consultants or anything. It's very open for people to give feedback, which we've done other years.
Mm-hmm. What was the question, sorry?
Well, the question is, we're not really voting in A27, are we? We're voting on the recommended addition to the consultation document.
No, you're voting on all three things. So you're voting on the blue. Can you move that down again? You're voting on. You will be debating. Could you move it? So So move it.
You keep going.
Yeah, you'll be voting on this one here, the proposed amendment. If McDonald and Kewen still want that to stand, then you'd be voting also on that on A27. And then you would also be, when we get to the consultation, agreeing on the wording of the consultation.
Okay.
So I'm still not clear. Are we voting for it to go out into the consultation document?
No, there's 3 separate resolutions there. There were originally 5. So the first resolution is requesting the CE to bring back savings. The second resolution, amendment, not resolution, amendment is requesting the CEO to specifically in that work include those. And the last proposed amendment is it's put in the consultation document and the public's asked.
So if the first 2 passed and the third one didn't, they would just be baked in?
They wouldn't be baked in. The CE would be coming back with advice for the final new plan. So it's just that we tried to. There were 5 proposed amendments that all were saying
within
similar
kiwi
things.
of each other. Mm.
So is it? Does everyone understand that? What do you need clarified, Mel?
Okay, no, so you were saying that these first 2 are where the chief executive would go and have a look at these things, but into the consultation. So we wouldn't be consulting on those things, you'd just be doing that yourself.
And we're not recommending them. These were your amendments that came from the floor.
Pauline?
So my question is actually around the actual meaning of reducing non-essential maintenance. So where I would assume that at the moment staff would have that discretion around knowing where something where essential needs to be done, and it has to be finely balanced off between fix it now or sweat it and it costs more later. So to me that's really vague, and I don't know how I can really support it being so vague, because you could actually be running down your own asset, and that's not the intention, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mary's explained it really well, and like you said, they're not necessarily Mary's recommendations, they're my amendments.
Yeah.
What I'm asking from the first two is if there's any more looking that can be done between now and the final for things that can come back with advice to us. So it doesn't mean we have to accept them at that point in time, but it gives us options without triggering an LTP. And the third one is around obviously putting it into the consultation document so that the public can go, actually, there are things we don't like you spending money on. And then, again, as they've rewritten it, that's great for the stuff that doesn't trigger the LTP, and we can have a discussion about that. But if it does trigger the LTP, then we need to wait for whoever does the next LTP. Yep.
Yeah, I understand that. It's just that determining what is a non-essential maintenance.
It would come back in
advice.
the advice.
Yeah.
So rather than explore options, you could decide, because these are your amendments, you could decide to change that to provide advice for those things.
They're written very well, I think, so we might leave them as they are.
We may come back and say, once we've done the work, there is nothing that's non-essential. We have already cut the program back to what it is, and there's nothing that's not essential.
Advice will come back prior to signing off the annual plan.
The final one, yep.
Okay, Melanie had another question.
The thing I don't like about the way this is that it doesn't get staff come back and say, well, these are the non-essential maintenance items we could not do and hold off on. It doesn't give the public a chance to say, well, hey, we actually do want lawns mowed across the city, and they get no, because, some people might argue we don't need any parks mowed at all. Most people wouldn't, but that could be an argument, right? So it doesn't give people a chance to actually have their say on that at all. It just leaves it open for 5 people to say about this and 10 about that and 14 about this, and really gives us zero steer whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm talking about maintenance to buildings and facilities and structures like carpet. Like, for instance, carpet. Not replacing carpet cannot damage a building.
Okay, so
it does not get more expensive later on.
Let's not get into debating. Yeah. This isn't debate.
Not yet.
We will come back with some wording.
Need to just explain that if you were to leave something, then it costs you more later on. That is, by definition, essential maintenance. Oh, there's a leak in the roof. Oh, we could leave that a couple of years. It's a small leak. No, you can't. You have to fix it now. That's essential maintenance.
Read essential as different things. Yeah.
So we will potentially, rather than debate this, we'll put some potential wording that defines it to the facilities.
So if we, okay.
Could I make it clear that we are not in a position to provide information for the consultation document to get staff to get the public to be able to choose this is in, this is out. So it's either we're looking at options or it can't go in. It would be ruled out of order.
Okay.
So we need to look at options. Okay. So we've got 3 more questions, but we want to move on. Tyler, then Tim, then Vic.
I just wanted to just let staff know and just publicly note around the consultants. It's across all units, regulatory and compliance, building, all of those consultants' costs. Not just with 1 or 2 units we put across the council. Just wanted to just note that for staff.
I think we've captured that.
Mm-hmm. Tim?
Just to clarify, when we talk about essential maintenance, our staff, who are the subject experts in these areas, will be coming back with the information. So it won't be based on opinion from councillors around the table with 101 opinions, generally about something you know 50% of. The information that will be coming back on the discussion on essential maintenance will be coming from subject experts in the staff area. That's correct, isn't it? Thank you.
Certainly what I'd like to be thinking. Victoria?
Thank you. Mary, I wonder if you could explain, did you look at combining A4 and A27? Because to my mind, you're being asked to look for additional savings options, and actually reducing non-essential maintenance and reducing cost of consultants are both two examples of what some of those options could be.
That's what we were trying to do here. You're asking the CE to look for savings, and looking for savings, these things should be looked at.
So can they just be included into one for one debate?
It made a long sentence in the short time we had when we were looking at all these.
I think we're all on the same page, are we?
Well, it can be 2 sentences in one.
Yeah. So we
could just say to provide additional savings options, including.
Specifically
Yeah, for offsetting rates for the 25-26 annual plan, including exploring.
That was, yep, sort of, yep.
That was just my mind.
Are the move and second are okay with that change? Okay.
I mean, it's fine because you're still going to come back with information, which is all we're asking for. So whatever gets it over.
Okay, that next one, please. Righto.
So do the capital people there?
Russell or B?
Or capital?
A slight amendment to the wording here that the council, because in anticipation that we understand, the council agrees the core capital program, excluding Te Kaha, is aligned with the deliverability forecast provided by staff prior to adoption of the annual plan. Noting then A7, 1, 2 and 3 effectively there. Staff will provide the delivery forecast and analysis well in advance. Analysis of deliverability will include implications on significant changes to levels of service, if any, and staff will provide options to reduce risk. So that's what we're saying. We can do it and we'll do it. We just want to make sure we've got the wording clear so that we've got a good understanding of what we're reporting back on.
And we would normally do it anyway in time for the final one.
Happy?
I'm not quite happy with it because the deliverability forecast may not reflect reality, basically.
So what would be the difference between reality and deliverability?
Well, I guess where I'm coming from is that in the LTP, we said that we could deliver 610 million. Now we're saying in the draft that we can deliver 642. That's up from this year of 547. So that's a 20. I just don't believe we can make a 20% jump year on year.
But isn't that the point of the noting provisions for 7B1 through to B3? We're saying, show us, give us the information, and once you've given us that information, then we can form our own opinions on whether we think that it's achievable and it is aligned.
I mean, if you're happy with that, Vic, then I'm happy with it.
Yeah. I think that's the whole purpose. We need to see the information, and then if we don't agree that it is aligned,
then it
is deliverable, then we vote against it.
I'm okay with that,
Yeah.
All right. So just one question on that, because I've got obviously that amendment up, but this one makes more, my one was quite specific, whereas this is probably more, makes more sense to do. Yeah, so I'm just thinking through, if we get to that, say we get to June and we go, cool, the deliverability is 500.
We can deliver it.
And we can deliver it. There may be some impacts on the levels of I guess what I'm thinking is, do we get to the end of June and we go, actually, we got 600 on budget, but like Tyrone and Vic have said, we can only deliver 500. What happens to the levels of what happens if we're holding the goalposts up like that, but we know we can't do it anyway. Do we get to a point?
Yeah.
No, but what I want to understand in a practical sense is whether we can actually change it, or whether we go, no, there's a risk we can't change it. Does that make?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. Yes, I understand entirely what you're saying, that we might, I think, if I just read what you're saying, your concern is that we might arrive at the end of the year and we go, oh, look, there's actually, here's the deliverability target is quite a long way adrift of what was in the plan, and therefore what happens to levels of service. We don't, I better be careful here, we think that the deliverability will align pretty closely with what's in the plan, because what we're anticipating, and this is, I think, a question that Councillor Henstock has been asking, is what's the level of confidence we have? And we want to bring back a report. Now, there are parts of the program, such as the renewals, which are significant. We will have quite a high degree of confidence. Then it's what are those other parts of the program and where will they be? We don't anticipate that there would be anything that would have a really significant effect on our levels of service. We, of course, can't guarantee that because we're into the future, but our expectation is that deliverability and budget will be materially or quite reasonably well aligned, but we'll bring that back. But that risk is there, and at the moment, because it's into the future, we can't be categorical in saying it won't happen.
We could put a note in the consultation document.
Just going to ask you that.
Just a sentence to say, when we're talking about the capital program, noting that that we will be reviewing the deliverability of this in the final.
Yeah, that was going to be my question to Peter. So that's can I just
just
ask?
a sentence.
No, that's brilliant. So that's awesome, B. Thank you for clarifying that. So Peter, just in terms of the levels of service, I'll ask one stupid question, then I'll shut up for the day. Well, not for the day. But So if we take the program as it's delivering this year now, and we've got our levels of service set at this level, effectively, are we at a position where if it is only, say, 500, not 600, we still think we can meet the key levels of service to deliver it? Does that kind of make sense?
I think so. Look, we're talking in generalities here, whereas actually it's case by case, but generalising, it's renewals which would really bite into levels of service. And I don't think if we're looking at the capital program that there's any proposal to cut renewals. No. If you're talking about discretionary, more open-ended projects, most of them don't have a critical effect on a significant level of service. And the reason for that is that you're looking to enhance, but the service is still being maintained. A quick example, South Library, the service level of service is you have a library, not that it be South Library in a certain year. So provided the service is being maintained, you can look at changes to the capital program.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
No, it does. And if you take that example, because we've already got contracts working through that's being delivered, therefore there wouldn't be an issue with deliverability.
That's right.
So it's that subjective. Okay. No.
The key reassurance there is that renewals are not generally regarded as on the table, and that's where most of your levels of service, critical ones, lie.
Yeah, and that's brilliant because I think it covers.
Let's be clear that it's most likely that things may be pushed out because they're not going to be delivered in those financial years.
Yes.
It's not that the service isn't going to be.
Yes.
That South Library might take a month longer than we anticipated.
Yeah. That's great. Awesome. Hey, thank you. Sorry for taking time, but that's
Melanie.
I was just going to ask from a discussion from last year about the deliverability. Is it partly to do with like the way that the tenders are done, that they're sort of multiple, they're sort of grouped together? I can't remember the terminology.
Yes, through whether they're packaged up as and put out as a tranche of work or bundled up.
It sort of saves all that mucking around time.
Yes, the team look at when they're doing it whether they can put out packages of work that are efficient, and particularly in the renewal space. But I'd have to ask them specifically to talk to that. But they do look at how it can be bundled, I suppose, in terms of delivering renewals.
So some of our recent ones that you'll remember, Councillor McDonald, is actually you don't know until you get to the groundworks what extra work something's going to take, or what this is for a facility, what that the program might take, the project might take longer than anticipated because the ground's different than you anticipated, or there's those type of things that often push projects out too.
So can I ask one other question more on these? Can we make amendments to the amendment?
If you've got the agreement of the person that's moving the amendment.
So there's no, if we want to make it that we consult on it before putting it into the budget as opposed to putting it into the budget and then consulting on that, there's no ability to make that change, am I correct?
So I think you're intending to put it in at final adoption, not now.
Just any of these, some of them say agree to, consult on, or whatever the wording is, and others just say agree to. Can we make an amendment or have a foreshadowed motion or anything?
At the end of play. Sarah.
Thanks.
Your first step would be to ask the mover and seconder if they want
Just
to
a
include
question for clarification on deliverability. When we look at the program as a whole and the value that we're looking to deliver, that's made up of lots of individual projects. And what is considered really good for a large organisation when it comes to deliverability? Like, is it 90%? Is it 95% for delivering a whole year? Because I know it's like very few organisations ever get to 100 just because of the nature of contracting and unforeseen things, right?
Through you, Your Worship, I don't know that we could do. It'd be interesting to profile some of the organisations. The Auditor General at one stage, and it might have been an LTP or two ago, was looking carefully at deliverability and noted that the sector was well below 90. The sector as a whole, a number of councils were significantly below 90%, and I think anything over 90% is probably considered a pretty good deliverability because there's a lot of variables, as you know.
So our deliverability has improved over the last 5 years, especially. So our percentage of deliverability has improved. At the same time, we've been increasing budgets, so we've been getting better at what we're doing. But the program as a whole caters for some unders and overs, doesn't it? So sometimes there are projects that for unforeseen circumstances get delayed for a few months and run into the next year, but some projects get brought forward a little bit because they go quicker, but we never know ahead of time which ones they're going to be. So if you just chose one project to push out to a future year, that might not be the one that was going to have delays. So you kind of need to cater for that juggling within the program a bit.
I don't think that's what's being proposed here. I think it's
No, I'm just saying, just so that people are clarified to over that deliverability thing. I'm seeing some nodding in the back row there, and that's in the past. So a couple of years ago, that's the explanation we got given for maybe aiming a little bit higher than we know we're going to get. If you aimed, for 3 quarters, you'd still not meet it because there'd be something that got delayed. Yeah.
Clarify though, because unless I've missed something, every finance performance we have bring forwards, bring backs. So has that process changed?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's right. Yep.
Can I just sense check, Peter, then? When our sums are increasing on year to year in terms of what we're achieving, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're doing more and we're getting better at it because we've had such a significant increase in the cost of construction. So when it looks like actually we're doing more and we're getting really good at it, it's completely masked by the fact that there's been huge escalation in the cost. So it's not that simple.
I was talking about the percentage.
Sorry, I'm asking
increase.
Peter.
You'd misunderstood what I was saying. So.
Look, I can respond in general terms, and perhaps PMO would like to add to it a bit. Benchmarking it doesn't really make a lot of sense because each year is different, whether it's got a lot of big projects in it or a lot of rats and mice. That makes a difference. Climate makes a difference. Did it rain a lot? Did it rain too little? How ambitious is the program? And have the bring forwards and carry forwards and bring backs kept evening things out through the year? So in other words, it's not like a 100-metre sprint and everybody gets to the finish line. Every year is different. The question here is, as I understand it, can we provide an analysis of deliverability about what we've got in this mix for this coming year? And staff will respond to that and come back with some science around that set of circumstances.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Okey-doke. Sorry, did you have one more, Sarah, on that?
No, that's good.
Okay, so next one, please.
Briefly, Your Worship, the staff advice on this is that it not be included as we don't have sufficient information for it to be considered today, and therefore it should be ruled out of order. But we do note that we've tried to put there that there is work going on. It will come back with a range of options. And look, at a legal perspective, we don't think there's a need to consult. Council may wish to, of course, that's his decision when it comes to consider it, but it's not a strategic asset as such. But that in the time frame is our position at present, or our advice, sorry, at present.
Andre, then Sarah.
Thank you. So a process question and concern. Council has been told to leave their amendments until today, rather than sending them through in advance. Usually we'd have a couple of weeks to send amendments through, so advice can be provided and there's enough time. We've been told to bring amendments today instead of having them in advance, but if we're not able to get advice in time for this kind of thing, that suggests to me that we're not ready to put together a draft plan.
It wouldn't have been available if you'd brought it forward 2 weeks ago. We just don't have sufficient information. It wouldn't. It's not a matter of 2 weeks or not 2 weeks.
It's been a work in progress for quite a while. It's a lot to do.
It was also raised in last year though, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's been going through the minster and it's just about ready to pop out the end. How's that?
Is there a council resolution to do that work?
So if I can help.
Fire away.
You raised this matter through some of the earlier discussions on the annual plan, and we've started work on preparing all the financial, market, legal, etc. analysis. So that work is underway, but it's not yet complete. It's not in the form or sufficient at the point that, from my understanding of the Local Government Act, you could make a legally compliant decision. But by the time we have that report finished in April, you will have that information and it'll be ready for you to be able to go out for, make a decision whether you want to go out for consultation, whether you want to sell it or not.
Right, I just put the question though, is there a formal resolution to do the work? I mean, for those of us who have passed formal council resolutions and are still waiting for reports to come back, then we've got things that don't have a formal resolution where a whole bunch of resource and work is going into. I'm trying to understand how that works.
It's happy to discuss this with you outside this meeting, Councillor Hanson, but often it's that we have certain resources and capabilities in some area, so we have, and we don't have them in others. So we can't redeploy somebody like Bruce, who's a property specialist, onto designing a road or a transport thing for us. So he might have capacity to do something where resolution around transport, they're working through their work as fast as they can. So we don't. All our staff are not generic experts on every single bit of business council does.
Okay, Sarah.
So just checking on the process, because it shouldn't need a special consultative, and the annual plan isn't a special consultative. It's just a general consultation. But if this is coming in April and we're going to have to do an extra consultation, wouldn't it make sense to be doing them at the same time when we normally do disposal consultations?
Indeed.
At the during an annual plan.
So we've previously advised councillors, and you'll see advice on that you do a horses for courses approach with consultation. For the smaller stuff and bundles of it, perfect to do it through the annual plan and the long-term plan. But when it's a larger and more discrete package, to do it separately. And that's the approach we've taken over the last few years. So it's consistent with that approach.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks.
Jake?
No, my question was the same as Yanni's.
Excellent. That's a worry. Right, have we got... I should say that. Sorry, Yanni. Moving right along. Next one, please. Right. Who wants to start off with this?
So this recommendation can stand and can be debated, or amendment, sorry, but the advice is we are noting that it's feasible to provide advice. Implementation of the solution by the end of the annual plan is potentially not achievable. Yeah. Yep.
We can if we need to.
Great.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Next one, please.
Don't do anything at Wellington.
Sorry.
It's my sensitivity to Wellington City Council. Do we need to compare ourselves to Wellington City Council? It just makes me...
They just happen to be the one with the tool that they've just...
They're doing a better job at
Because
this
they're not-
than we are currently. They're doing better than us in this
Because they're not
currently.
putting their money into water.
Well, no, that's the thing is, like, the
I
current
just get nervous when we're
council are
comparing
putting it into
ourselves to
water.
Wellington City Council.
Rightio.
Actually just got on top of
Next
the
one,
water.
wording out.
please.
Just go off to the top.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Take it out.
So that's transport. So the Air Force Museum, John's here to just, there you go, John. So the advice is, just while John's getting up to speed, is additional information can be added in the consultation document, but noting that there'll be a need to be balanced in that, so we can add some, so that's fine.
Okay. Andre?
Sorry, does that just mean that we don't need to vote on that because it's being done anyway?
Yes, and we will try, before you consider the consultation document, we'll try to have added
Lovely.
that wording to it.
Yeah.
Righto.
And
Okay.
will that include circling back to the Air Force Museum director and having their
No,
input?
because you're accepting the consultation document today, this afternoon.
Not tomorrow. Andre?
I was just going to ask, is the mover able to just clarify what you're needing changed on or included on the text in the document? That's just what I was trying to...
Well, it's just a little more context of how important the Air Force Museum is and what it actually costs our city for what we get out of it. I'm happy to circulate what I'd proposed if you like.
So it was to
Actually,
sell the concept.
Okay. We could not put in, I don't think, what you've proposed, because we're trying to capture the need for balance. So you're welcome to circulate what you think, but we will come back with some
Basically,
wording.
Mark, what Mary's saying is you can't take the no answer out of the question. So.
Yeah, but at the same time, we can't paint such a negative picture that the only answer you
No,
get is no.
they'll balance it up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. No, good. Good discussion, good discussion. Okay. Next one, please.
The rating for renewals, yes, so your worship. Look, the answer to that is if council wishes to, this could be consulted on, and adding the 2 million as a 0.25% rate increase this year, with slight improvement in the balance budget and debt servicing benchmarks.
Sarah, please.
Thanks. Can we make sure that we include the future rates impacts, because it's about the cost savings over time from doing this? Yeah.
Yes, so yes, that's a good point.
Yeah, that would be really good, rather than just the increase in the first year.
Pauline?
It's just giving the community the choice.
Yeah,
And also the impact on the timeline of the balanced budget. Would you be able to have that too? You've just said it would.
So that would
improve
all
it.
be in the consultation document. We probably wouldn't have that.
Yeah, okay.
If this,
Can I also bring in the lens of deliverability? Because we've been talking about that. So if you're adding more in with more money, then...
No, it's just how you pay for it.
Oh, okay.
Whether you rate for it or borrow it. That's all. It's not what you do. Yeah. It's about intergenerational equity.
it's a revenue thing rather than a spending
Okay.
thing.
Excellent, thank you. Next one, please.
So are you ready to talk to that, John?
The community-based staff are currently working with the museum, following up on a council resolution to support them in producing a funding proposal. We haven't received the funding proposal yet. We're advised that it's possibly a couple of weeks away. So at the moment, there's insufficient information to advise council on the allocation of funds until the application has been received and assessed and reported in the usual fashion. So we haven't got anything to go on at the moment, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
All right.
Great, so that's being ruled out of order, sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Next one, please. Pretty similar. Next one, please.
So just noting that you could ask for advice to be considered in time for the next annual plan. So the first one can come in at capital and down at any time.
Yes, please.
This one that was particularly...
I'm happy for that, with that, yep.
Okay.
With that staff advice, yep, thank you.
Thank you. Here we are.
Same again.
Same again, yep.
Thank you. Next, please.
So what I'm reading there at A16 is that the new wording? Is that my wording?
No, that's your wording.
Yeah.
So there's nothing preventing that being in the consultation document, but possibly not recommended, but there's nothing stopping you.
Why is it not recommended?
Because there's not a lot of information, and we're asking for, we're meant to be consulting on an annual plan, not a future annual plan.
Yeah.
We consider those insufficient information at the moment.
It'd be nice to maybe just have a quick conflab at some point about making the information a bit tighter then, potentially.
I'm not quite sure we'd have it for today.
Yeah. Maybe not today
absolutely.
then, all right.
All right. Next one, please.
We'll have to come back to that one. We haven't got that advice yet. You're not, unless you're ready to give it verbally. We'll come back with the transport ones on that one.
Come back, Aaron. All right. Okay, if you are, Aaron is. Yep.
Is that not something that we should discuss with ECAN? Because it's their responsibility to do. And I mean, I totally, because the old yellow one that went round, that was fantastic. It was a really good thing. Was that us?
It's
but
us.
okay, then it should be ECAN, and why aren't they doing that?
That's us.
So could
actually right.
Could we wait until the advice comes back about that?
The staff are preparing advice at the moment,
Fine,
and they are
so
looking at that ECAN angle as well.
Yep.
Thank you, John. Brilliant. Aaron?
Yeah, Tim kind of stole the thunder that it's but ECAN must have already looked at it, because if you're trying to encourage people to use more PT, and this works for encouraging people to use PT, wouldn't they? So they must have some numbers on it.
However,
So can I just clarify? Let's discuss this when you have the information.
Okay.
We can debate it when you informed about it.
Just to check on
Pretty clear what's going to happen.
On the information that comes back though, can we just check, because previously there'd also been a request to look at people just tapping on and off for free within the 4Avs on the buses. And Tim's right, because one of the problems has been in the past, ECAN have blocked it or been very against it because it competes with existing bus services. So
and why would they do it when we're going to do it?
Righto, this next one's in front of us, A19.
Through your worship. So look, the advice on that is that yes, we can, council can consult on that. Just noting that if the project recommences, the council will need to fund the remaining $7 million. The rates impact is up there. It's like with some of those other ones where there's a one-off fund available or put to use. It has an effect this year, minus 0.65%. And then it's plus 0.65 the following year.
Yep, very clear. Thank you. Andre?
It just reads to me it's quite bold to assume that the project will recommence next year. And that's sort of how it's written and how it reads. It'd be great if it did recommence then.
No,
but it seems like a very bold assumption.
It's just clarifying, noting And it's only noting advice for you. It's not
Yeah.
putting it in a resolution. It's
Yeah.
noting it for you that actually if the recommences at any stage, council would need to fund it
Yeah.
if you've spent the money.
Right.
So
essentially we're borrowing money from the fund, spending it.
Well, it wouldn't actually still need to be put on money if it recommences.
Yep.
Right, Vic, please.
When are we going to get an update from the reinstatement project? It's dangerous to be considering this in a vacuum without actually latest information, please.
So this is the council's made a commitment to support the cathedral. How you support that in some ways is irrelevant. You have to support. You've made that commitment. This is actually just about spending the money, but you'll still have to fund it if they come in. Is what this is saying.
Which is why it doesn't make any sense to me, because we'll still have to fund it anyway.
Yep, fair comment. Yep. Pauline?
Similar. So if we did apply the 5 million with the will of the people against rates, and we want to use that money in a later date for the cathedral to honour our agreement, would we have to reconsult to do that? Because I would not want to go down that path
because
again.
I think, as I read the documentation and the resolutions, you consulted some years ago and agreed to do the funding, and if they recommence the project, and the commitment is there, and others have put their money in and so on, I think the commitment stands, and you just have to fund
Well, I'd
it.
like an answer for that definitely, because
So no, this is not revoking your decision to fund the cathedral. This is just saying you're going to
Nick
spend
the
the
money for
kitty.
something
Yeah.
else.
but in saying that, didn't we just?
We just have one
No,
person
no.
at a time to help.
In saying
Righto.
that, didn't we just agree?
Pauline, you carry on.
In saying that, did we not just agree that we would invest that 5 million so that it made it up to 10 million?
They made it up to
And
7.
that would
yes.
have an effect.
And that's what staff recommended.
So this would
is
actually
not
cost us a couple of $3 million if we did this. So we'd have to actually, if the cathedral came back and made a call for the 7, we'd have to actually borrow 7.
And this is asking the public whether they want us to hold it or.
Yep. Cost us more.
Okay. Right, happy? Victoria?
It's a comment, not a question, and that is around the optics of this. We understand this in terms of the fact that we're not revoking a decision, but do the public? Because my thoughts are that they don't.
No.
And it's relitigating something that was a very difficult,
I think it would be
divisive issue at the time, and we're just building on that.
potentially it would be quite hard to consult in this annual plan because the complexity of explaining it and adding it to the consultation document would be quite hard.
Rather than
But now we'll do some thinking.
Can we get some more advice just around,
think we
just
will.
so we're really clear on what Andre's, which is all good, but what he's put up, just so we can be capable of whether it's capable of being implemented. So is that something we can reflect on?
Yeah, we'll come back about this one rather than debate it now.
Just to be clear on one point, we are already going to consult on the cathedral levy. It's in the consultation document, and it's around pausing the targeted rate. So you're likely to get responses pointing this fact out anyway, because someone reads that, we collected this, but we're pausing the levy. You're likely to get responses asking, well, hold on, why are you holding on to it? So it does seem like a wise thing to address in that wording somewhere, somehow. Yeah.
Okay.
Should there be some balance? Should the 5 million be used to offset against rates? We're going to have to borrow to pay the 7 million. Should it eventuate?
It's just, not good. Okay, next one, please.
So
Happy with
Gavin,
staff advice, happy to withdraw it.
Yep.
Gavin, do you want to talk to this one?
There will just the
No,
main
just 'cause
note
you
is
don't-
that there's workshops scheduled for the 25th of February and May that will go through the priority list for where the funding will be allocated.
Yep. That's cool. Thank you. Rightio. Next one, please. No questions.
You two are withdrawing that amendment, are you? Cotter and... Did you say you were withdrawing that amendment? So it's withdrawn. Withdrawn.
Okay. Right, A24. Is that given again, is it?
Given?
We just, the rewording is that we'll fund the investigations from his existing budgets.
Okay, so you happy to withdraw it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy to withdraw it. I mean, really, it was just a noting provision, but if you think it's not necessary, then that's fine.
Okay,
Recorded
brilliant.
here, withdraw it.
Thank you very much.
Sorry?
Wording instead of withdrawing it, then it's there.
I mean, is there any harm in having it as a noting provision? Probably not.
No.
But there was an extra word in there that was updated.
They're
So
doing it out, they've said they're doing it out of the existing budget.
Or you want that with the changed amendment? Do you want to withdraw it or do you want to go for the new wording?
New wording.
Go for the new wording, yep. Just to clarify, it's Signet Street and Pacific Stormwater Outfalls. So there's just a word
So-
missing. Oh yeah, Sam's got the.
All right, so that becomes it.
Why does this one sit outside of the, is it a different project than the surface flooding around the city?
No, it's
So
actually
this investigation is just to do a short-term fix. So Signet Street and Pacific Road will still be within that workshop for a long-term fix.
Okay. Right, next one, please.
I think we need to have a pause. Have we got a pause while we just populate the transport ones?
Oh, you've got a little bit more work to do on transport one.
I think the next two are just noting provisions as well.
So we will take a. Do you want to take a lunch break?
That's
Or
right,
we will-
I'm happy. Yep.
Yeah. So
Yep.
we will come back. How long do you want for your lunch break? An hour?
Well, we've got 1:45. If we're back here at 1:45.
Yeah, that's heaps of time. That's probably heaps of time, isn't it? No, we're fine. Yeah, 1:30.
All right, 1:30, everybody. Thank you very much. the transport amendments, which we'll be quietly work our way through. So the first one is right about there. Who wants to go first?
I think Lynette's just bring her seat up now. So this, just to update, this is being circulated to you now, plus also the revised in the last one. Can you see the alternative? So can you squeeze it? What?
You can take a photo of it and put it online.
I'll make you one of those wee infographics you've been wanting for.
I've got a template ready to go.
Okay, right.
Where are you going, Lynette?
Far away, Lynette.
Kia ora. Sorry, so the staff advice up there is that the amendment requests removing line items from the annual plan, capital program or operational budgets. We don't have specific line items in any of those programs. The construction of speed humps and platforms are a component of a project. The two programs that probably have the most are the minor safety program and the minor safety interventions programs that we've taken around the community boards. We've done a very broad, high-level assessment of that. We think the construction cost of the speed humps is somewhere between 100 and 200,000 per year. Now, if council wish to proceed with this, we actually suggest that we undertake a workshop and we understand this a bit clearer, and we bring advice back in time for the adoption of the annual plan with Mary's advice, with the CE's advice around savings.
Okay. Andre, question?
Mr. Mayor, something we've spoken about around growth areas and speed humps and raised platforms being built in that never come to community boards or anyone else for a decision. I'm wondering if we look at that at the same time.
Can do all.
No, that's
Yes. Let me have a wee guess. We'll say Kinde's Bush Road.
Well, point being whether we include that in what we're asking for here, or do we bring that up later on, or
I think
I think you know what
I think that's outside, because this resolution is about the annual plan and budget.
Yeah.
You're talking about delegation and process.
Well,
thing.
it is. It does fall outside. Yeah.
It'll bring it to a
For
head.
this annual plan budget. Yeah,
Okay.
so that's not for the annual plan, but
So
we can.
We'll be able to look at that
we
by
have
in
noted.
another way. Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Aaron?
Yeah, so is the total budget per year for all of those platforms and speed humps 100 to 200? Brendan?
Sorry, that was just speed humps.
Oh, speed hump. Oh, okay. I thought it was both.
Platforms, especially bigger intersection platforms, it starts getting very, but we can look at the whole program. Yeah.
Right. So would we be able to deliver the 130 platforms in the Bromley streets for between 100? That's like 2K a platform.
But we're not.
Sorry.
Right. Right.
So this is not about what, this is about what we've looked at, this plan for those two, the minor safety program and the minor safety interventions.
Right.
That's where we've struggled with this response, is that platforms and speed humps can be components of a lot of different projects, and it's quite a big job to pull it all together and understand it.
So you're happy to
Thank you.
change your-
All right. Tim?
If we're going to have a workshop on this, could we also get some information on the positives feedback? Because I know in my area, where especially with families with children, etc., they are very pleased with them. No, I'm just asking that if we're going to have that we get around all information.
Hang on, I'm sorry, but to insinuate that staff don't provide balanced advice on anything is inappropriate, Tim. So hopefully that's not what you're saying.
I'm just asking for just
For
if
what?
we
For
get
balanced advice?
We're looking
you
at
mean?
removing something, so I'm just making sure that we are going to get the positive.
So the balanced advice that we get every time.
Well, around this table, it does seem quite negative at
No,
some.
noted the advice.
We get balance. You're
Thank
the
you.
one that says all the
Okay,
time we get balance.
Tyler?
advice.
There was and it's apologies to Sam and staff, there was a late amendment from me to provide advice on implementing surveillance systems in lieu of speed platforms. I'm wondering if there may be the ability to actually workshop it.
When did you make
Oh,
that?
no, it was
We had all
late,
the
so
amendments.
Sam told me to bring it up. I'm wondering if we could, if possible, melt it into the workshop if transport staff are willing to do that.
need to do an amendment.
You'd need to do an amendment in the meeting if you wanted that.
Yes.
So you'd need. We haven't got it on record. So what?
And
is
there
the
may not
amendment?
be a workshop, Tyler.
I could
if
just
this doesn't
clarify
pass.
that. Yeah, if there's a workshop, Tyler's hoping to just say, can we look at other measures, not just the speed humps, and what they might cost that would achieve the same outcomes.
Yeah.
So that's
that makes
foreshadow it.
sense.
You either have to get the movers and seconders to agree to amending their motion, or you need to foreshadow a motion.
I mean, you know, I guess people, maybe we're hearing from different people, but I get a lot of frustration around speed bumps. And if it's a different mechanism to do it, then I'm all for having that in the workshop. You know, that's fine. So let's just chuck in another word. As good as gold, Tyler.
Either that, or I'm happy to provide an alternative recommendation.
No, just chuck it in.
Just procedurally, can we
sorry.
just get this clear? Is the mover and seconder are happy with what's in red?
Yeah, that's great.
And then so it's what's in red that we are now intending to, you're checking if you're happy to amend that with Councillor Harrison Hunt's wording.
Aaron, are you happy with that? Yeah. No, we'll just
One at a time.
put on what Tyler asked for.
It probably wouldn't address it because it's addressing capital when the surveillance systems would address OPEX in some way, shape or form. So I'm wondering how you'd word it accordingly. Maybe I should just keep it separate and make it clearer. How does that?
Okay.
Keep it separate.
We'd need to get some advice on our ability to do that. Can we just park that and come back to it? I think we could potentially add in request task of advice on
I'm
speeding.
more than happy.
And or considering other CapEx,
Which is-
OPEX, but we'll do it offline.
Yeah.
Okay.
The general
Come
intent
back
is
with
pick it up in
something.
the workshop.
Yeah.
Cool.
Celeste.
I was just curious, when the workshop comes, will we be including the community board in that discussion? Okay, good. Okay, perfect. I'm just bearing in mind that community board spent some time feeding into the minor safety interventions program and prioritise a whole bunch of stuff, which then they won't have a say on if we remove the budget for some things.
Yep. So it might not pass even this resolution, and if it, yeah.
Okay. Done? Sarah? No? None. Done? All right. No more questions. Can we have the next one, please?
Kia ora. The Eastern Orbital Link. This is a request to undertake or to extend the scope of the work being undertaken by the Eastern Orbital Link Cycle Connections project. Staff advice is that this is not listed as a community board priority in the community board priorities for this annual plan. It's not what came through from the community boards. The project is currently running along Marine Parade and Bridge Street, and this would extend this amendment would extend the scope along Marine Parade. Essentially, it is an extension of scope on an existing project. Staff advice is that if you do want to do more, it makes sense to extend an existing project. We have the resources working on it. Our advice is that we would need a bit more money to do that, which is about 30,000 on the project in capital in order to move it forward.
Okay. Any questions, Celeste?
Supportive of all of that, just comment is that our chair just emailed through our priorities and this is listed on it. So I don't know if that's been received, but we've got on the list that was sent through Marine Parade, South Brighton shoulder widening. So that's part of this. So I can forward that on. So it is listed in our board priorities.
So it's
okay. Any more questions? Aaron, please.
Did their board not have the meeting with the transport team that come round that talked about what your board priorities are, and the
We'll just check
board was
with
clear off
John.
the
He's
list?
got the minutes from the board meeting. So
You did.
Board chairs were asked to provide their priorities for the annual plan on the 8th of November, and we had 4 priorities from the Waihoro board. The Bromley's Roads QE2 Master Plan, Burwood Maraho intersection, and Brighton Mall upgrade. Nothing else was specifically mentioned in terms of the annual plan.
Thank you, John. Okay. Right.
So procedurally, if your amendment, do you still want to put your amendment? And are you happy with the rewording if you do put it?
Yep. I mean, it probably needs a few less words in it, but oh yeah.
So what you see there, guys?
That's fine.
Yeah. Put it. Okay, great. Thanks.
30k cost come out of existing budgets. There's no. Does it come out of existing budget?
No. No.
It's just such a minimal impact that you don't have a number against it.
No.
So then, if the process question, if we had a few of these, they would accumulate
just clear. It's 30k capex. It's not 30k opex.
All right. Questions done. Oh, Tim, you're good. Righto, next one, please.
Yeah, good with that wording.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's
Richmond Greenway, this was the southern section of the Transport Choices project that was worked through the SURF program. The project, Councillor, just to confirm, Councillor McClellan, just to confirm, stops at London Street, but it is a southern section. It has been designed, it's been through the approvals through the Transport Choices program, and again, this is not listed as a board priority in the community board feedback and priorities for this annual plan. If it was to go ahead, we would need additional construction money on it as capex. It's a total of 900 over 2 years.
all right. That's clear. Anyone?
No NZTA subsidy on this.
Victoria?
Just in a similar vein as the previous amendment, it's not listed as a community board priority, but was there community board feedback in the annual plan on this particular issue? Long-term plan?
Yes.
I can't remember.
I'm sorry, I can't answer that off my head.
What it wasn't, by the time we did the long-term plan, the funding for the full project would have been in at that stage. So it may not have been a priority because it was already set to go and off to the races.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm trying to remember when...
That doesn't really, it's a minor matter. Really.
When the Transport Choices was dropped, it was probably just before the I don't know when the Transport Choices program was dropped. Oh, here's the man that does know. Sorry.
Transport Choices was dropped in the December before you signed off the long-term plan. So we knew about it before it went out before the long-term plan went out for consultation.
And the board put their feedback together.
I don't know about the board feedback off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
But,
And can we just extend that then, when you met with the individual boards and you met with our board to look at our transport program, was it raised at that time as well?
Not that I can recall.
Okay, Sarah, please.
Thanks. Just a comment on the involvement or not of community boards. And we needed a bit more early feedback that was visible to us probably on those things rather than just through staff. But very frequently around the table we have councillors that disagree with their boards over particular priorities, and they're still quite able to put forward projects, and it doesn't really matter because they're the councillor for the local area or whatever, and that's actually okay. And, you know, that's happened, lots of people around the table. And I don't think that we should be bound by necessarily what the top priorities are in any one plan. The boards they're allowed 9 things in their priority list. These are things that, you know, the Eastern Orbital and stuff, those were in the top 9 over 3 years. This is the last chance for those boards to get those things across the line with this council in that term of the community board. So, yeah.
Pauline and Jake, are you happy with the red bit there?
Yes.
Good. Okay, so it can replace.
Yep. Nodding. Right. Okie doke. Thank you. Next one, please. Okay, that's pretty clear. So,
Possible to ask a question?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah. So, Pauline, then Yanni, you on a question? Did you say?
So when,
Yanni first.
Oh,
Sorry.
Didn't we already put money on budget and have done like previous scoping studies and commissioned reports? Like this issue's been going on pretty much since the earthquake, and share an idea. And I was just kind of keen not to reinvent the wheel, but
the thing is, when I was on the joint PT committee with ECAN, we did a whole lot of work on it. The verdict was they came up back with a price, but the timing wasn't right because there was still too much construction in the city. So there should be a lot of work already done.
This is
with a scoping
question. So, Mark, do you want to?
Do you want to know where that is?
I'm still getting up to speed on the previous work, but a number of those considerations in the earlier work are still relevant to this point and require updating. So, granted, the previous work was in the context of a lot of construction. We're still in a situation where a number of anchor projects are not completed. There's also still development emerging. There's also uncertainties in this environment of where the gaps are in terms of transport availability. So there's the previous work was at a time when, at a point in time, there's been subsequent changes in terms of public transport since then. The advice is to revisit what was done previously and consider it in the current environment, given those changes, but also need to emphasise that the post-earthquake context, the central city urban form is more compact. Activities are closer together. There's, but that and other considerations can be explored again in terms of a scoping study. I don't think there's enough information or a basis to support committing to a trial at this point. We need to do further work and update the earlier assessments made.
And can you just clarify, 200K wouldn't fund a trial anyway, would it?
No, that's right. That amount of money is sufficient for a scoping study, but a trial would be far in excess of that.
Well, that's the next obvious question. And can it not be done within existing resources?
We don't have the resource for that work at this point in time, so there would be an additional funding required. Certainly for less than 200. I mean, we could scale that down. The amount would have to come back to you on, but a nominal figure of 100 would suffice.
You'll be pleased to know that we've put up all our savings of wherever we've got additional money. They've already been taken. Yeah. We don't have 200K floating around. Yeah.
Okay.
But you're saying 100 actually would be sufficient.
See there.
The microphone's on. The other thought is when the scoping study comes back, it will be in the form of a report to council with options for a way forward.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. So hang on. We've got.
Could you keep one with 100? 100.
Well, we might as well. If you think it'll only cost 100, we should budget accurately and make it 100.
Okay, so 100.
I don't think we know the full extent of the work, so maybe we can provide that advice before the annual plan is adopted, whether it's 100 or 200 or whatever.
Okay.
Shall we say up to 200?
200, yes. Yeah, good idea.
So that's because this is a consulting.
Yes, so, and we've only had since this morning, since we've known about it, so we need a bit more time to work that out.
So are we going to hire consultants to do this work?
We will try not to.
So, righto, it is Yanni's turn to talk, so he can talk.
So I was just wondering, so have we checked in with ECAN around the work that they've done? Because don't we have a regional passenger transport committee?
So in September 2022, ECAN rejected any funding or resourcing of this. Their priority at that time was fare concessions and promoting greater use of the existing public transport network. Part of the scoping study is also to explore the extent to which the accessibility within the inner city can be provided by existing services, recognising the route changes.
It's fair to say that if we're doing it ourselves. If we try and push
not necessarily.
Yes.
I mean,
that'll be sorted in the scoping study.
Yeah.
Right. Pauline, were you done? Andre?
Sorry, we'll just say ECAN is struggling to keep up with bus routes for growth areas with new subdivisions that are 5 kilometres away from any bus services. The idea that they're going to have even exercise the thought and have funding available for a free service in the city with no revenue just honestly seems absolutely far-fetched. So that even that idea and concept should be ruled out.
The question would be, righto, we'll leave that there.
Okay,
next
on to the
one, please. Debate's going to be exciting, isn't it? Yeah,
yeah.
I see that.
It's only got 3 minutes.
Righto.
It's
Tell me all about it, Andre. What are you doing here, bud?
No, so the staff advice is that this is
No,
not required.
Sorry. Yeah.
I possibly should have been clearer. I believe it should be a question in the consultation document, which is sort of where I was going with that. So being a breakout bubble. It's a very, very significant change from the long-term plan.
The consultation document already notes.
Yeah.
Notes, but doesn't ask as a question via a breakout bubble.
We'll
That's what I was meaning by that. I should have been clear earlier today.
Okay. Be clear, right? Got it?
Yeah, we don't need a whole resolution. We can just add it as a breakout bubble. We could just do council notes that this matter will be a breakout bubble in the consultation document.
Okay. Next, please.
Loverstix Pathway. It seeks advice on the cost of constructing. This path or proposed path or gap in the pathway system is part of the new footpath program, which is currently being scoped and prioritised. We will be reporting back to council with more advice on that later in March. And below there is the amendment from the long-term plan and the work that's being undertaken.
Don't need it.
So, yep.
You're right. Happy?
Good.
Good. Thank you. Next, please.
No.
Right. Okay.
Oh, this one.
Possible to actually get a little bit more advice about why it's got insufficient information
We'd have to go
and what
into
information
PX.
you'd require.
We'd have to go into PX to do that. We'd have to go into PX to do that. So
We have to go into PX.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess it would be good to get advice from staff then if, I'd welcome the information in PX, even though this has been a really public issue.
Mm-hmm.
So shall we move on and do everything else and then decide whether we come into PX, go into PX for that?
Okay. Next one, please.
So if we go back to the ones, just run through those ones. So we'll just run through all of them, just clarifying what are the amendments that are standing now that you will be debating. And then...
So red, where necessary, has been moved up to blue.
We're still on the transport page, aren't we? So these are the ones from earlier.
Oh, from earlier?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I'm going right back to start.
So that's the ones that we debated before, considered before lunch.
Right.
You've got them.
Oh, good.
Sorry. Tyler.
Just a question mark on the consultation document itself. When are we? Should I have provided feedback at the start of the meeting?
No, we're doing
Event?
that later.
Okay, that's
If
fine.
you look at, I think it's on that run
Yep.
sheet you've got.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
sweet.
About the second to last page in the last one.
Yeah, and lastly, with the potential amendment that I've got that came in late, obviously. What will happen with that, Mary?
I think we've called for amendments. We'd have to add it in. You'd need to supply
Okay,
the
cool.
wording. So can you send it through, and you'll need a move and seconder.
Oh, it's sent through. So the alternative recommendation is a workshop essentially before the annual plan's adopted. Is that correct?
Not now. Perhaps we move through these ones
Okay.
first, and then we can come to it.
So we're going down these to make
Yep.
sure every mover and seconder
Yes,
is
happy with that's what they're
and then we will debate on
all of them.
them.
Yes, yep.
Okay, here's the first one. So, what you see there, is everybody happy? Because we'll move on and then we'll be doing debate in a minute.
If so, there's two here. There's the actual motion and there's a foreshadowed. If they both failed, we don't need to consult. We can just choose at the end to use the surplus, can't we? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Because by then we'll have certainty as to how much it might be, which we don't now. So we couldn't even say it was going to be 8 million.
Correct. Yes, essentially correct. We don't know what we are forecasting as surplus, but we're saying there's risk at the moment because it's not certain.
Yeah.
Okay.
So do you want to keep yours at additional 8 million when we don't know what it's going to be?
Yeah, I want to change mine. Yeah, no. I'm good with 8 mil because we're sitting at 20 at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
We've only used 8, so.
Okay. So you're okay. All of it, or just a proportion of it? So, do you want to agree to consult on carrying forward a proportion or all of the forecasts thing? Because at the moment your foreshadowed resolution is suggesting all of the surplus get.
You could put a proportion or all,
Yeah.
and give people a choice.
Good luck explaining that one in the CD, but I look forward to reading it.
Okay.
Is that, do
Right.
finance people, does that make sense?
So that is one, that's the first one of many that is now mover and seconder happy. The foreshadowed motion person is happy. We'll move on to the next one.
Yep.
Right. Thank you. Okay. What have we got here?
Moving seconder and foreshadowed ones, you're happy?
All right.
Great. On we
Good.
go.
Thank you. Sorry.
Just a quick thing on the numbers there. So in the previous one, the rates impact was the same going down and then going back up again. And for this one, we go down by 0.32, but we go up by 0.34. just trying to work out why the other one didn't go up by more than the decrease, or why this one is.
Okay, so the first one, the jump in year 2 is effectively that $8 million, bridging that gap again in year 2. And the second one, it's moving funds that we had earmarked to be offsetting debt. Now we're not, so this is then not offsetting that debt, it's going straight to rates. So therefore that debt repayment impact is factored into there.
0.2.
Okay. And so at the moment it's 7.7 million of OPEX for 1% on rates. If that changes, it's around there?
In the order of, yes.
Oh, in
it's
the order.
around- yeah.
But if that changes, it could be more or less of a jump up next time for either of these.
Yeah, through your Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
yes, exactly. Yeah, as the rates increase, it'll be a smaller percentage. Yeah.
Right. Right. Next one, please. Sam?
So is this where you wanted to foreshadow something, Tyler, Councillor Harrison Hunt?
No, that was more transport.
This one's fine.
Oh, I thought earlier you said
consultants?
you wanted to foreshadow, but you're okay
You're
with
happy.
flagging that now. Okay.
Right, thank you. Next, please. Okay, we talk that around. Victoria, are you happy with that, mate?
My query is, given that the analysis piece of work hasn't yet been done, well, it hasn't been shared with us, so I'm assuming that that work hasn't been done and it needs to be done. If the staff during that course of work decide that the program is undeliverable and they need to reduce it, then can they just do that automatically? Because this is then saying that the council are agreeing that the core capital program is aligned with the deliverability forecast. So if as a result of that piece of work, they decide that it's undeliverable and that they need to drop it, then it drops automatically without anybody having a say on it.
It would come to
Correct. We
FNP.
prioritise
So this is
as
what I'm
elected
asking.
members.
What is that process? How does that actually happen?
FNP every month if there's a change to the capital program.
Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that, and I look forward with anticipation to see how that rolls, because I've got some serious reservations.
You want this resolution?
stay.
You're happy with it?
Yes, I'm happy with
Not
that.
resolution,
Tyrone is
sorry,
my
amendment.
seconder.
Good. Thank you very much. Next one, please. So that's
I think nothing's changed since before, so you're happy with that? Well on. And I think you were happy with that earlier this morning, so we move on with that.
Aaron?
A9.
Okay, take out the.
Yeah, that was just more to explain people what I mean.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah, if we take out Wellington, it's probably got more chance of success.
Yeah.
Well, it has been successful. It's a very good tool.
It's a great tool. You want to take a look?
They've beat us to it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Have you seen what they're doing with their water at the
You're
moment?
right, then.
Should be able to find out who voted for water and who didn't over last decades as well, and the tool makes it very easy to do.
All right.
So we just need to go back to this one here, where we were just to clarify that there was insufficient information. So you're happy with
And it's
okay.
just around
How
the
does that
corner.
sound?
Okay.
Just a noting one that
Note. Yep.
the council note a report on a potential sale of Litchfield Street car parking building. And then you could maybe add in on options for the use of those funds.
That's enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, thank you.
Great.
Yeah, that one's right. Oh, no, sorry.
Yep. No, that Councillor Peters was happy with that earlier.
Yep.
Can we withdraw that since we're going to add it to the consultation document? Okay, so we can withdraw it. Yep.
And that one I was seconding.
Aaron, please.
It was just online because I do like this, because you often see the comments online who voted for this rubbish. But and then we can just point them in the direction. It doesn't matter how they feel. But do we have an idea of the cost, or is there a potential that we can just buy a copy and paste version that they use in Wellington?
So this is asking for that advice.
Oh, is it?
This is just asking for the advice so that we can make a decision on it.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's right then.
We can't because we scrubbed out.
Right. The one on screen. The one on screen, everyone. No questions? Next one, please. You're both happy?
So these are the ones that were pulled out. So it's the other one earlier. Oh no, Was it? Yeah. Okay. So I thought there was another one.
Yeah, I thought there was one in the middle as well.
Yeah.
Okay, that's out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Next one. Yeah, so that's the one I was expecting. Sorry. So, Councillor Fields, you're happy with this? This is what. So we were ruling it out, but you wanted a point in that you were requesting advice. So that's been done. Okay, great.
Next one, please.
That's out.
That
It's
one's
gone.
out. Thank you.
So we've got further advice on that. So
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Look, there is a lot of risk around this, and it's really dependent on a high degree of assurance or confidence that the cathedral won't come and ask for the money before 30 June next year. There's quite a subtle accounting issue in here that we have discussed, but the upshot of it is that there is a lot of that we would advise there's significant risk around this based on on whether or not the request comes before the end 30 June next year, and that we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And in the break, I did ring the chair of the cathedral, who advised that there is a high likelihood that a claim, that the project may be initiated in that next financial year, even if it was in a staged process, so they could make a call on the money.
Yep. Victoria?
Help me understand this, please. So, given that there's the option to stop rating and to put the money we've already collected on term deposit for it to grow, if we reallocate the money now and then have to repay it when the project, make the advance when the project's reinstated, is it going to end up costing us more because we haven't earned the interest? Potentially.
One, we'd have a hole in our budget, wouldn't we? Because we would have spent the 5 million, and now we're going to have to pay it over.
We would have to borrow through you, Your Worship. Yes, we would have to borrow that money and then collect it via rates over a period of time, and we'd end up paying the interest rate. Yeah,
so it's not cost neutral. It's going to end up having to pay more.
Yeah, essentially correct. That's the. I think that's right. Yes.
Yes, Tim.
Borrow 7, not 5.
The bit I was struggling with, because I could see where Andre was coming from, was, and B, you might try and explain it so that people understand it, which is really good. In my mind, if there's a commitment for the money, there'd have to be a P&L entry this year anyway, which would make any saving redundant, because you can't recognise a commitment in the P&L, in the balance sheet without hitting the P&L. So, can you just talk at a
so that the question in that, and that's the sort of the subtlety, I guess, of the accounting issue, has, through you, Your Worship, has that commitment which already exists. So it has been created because the commitment was made some time ago. So the commitment already exists, and are we dealing with a funding issue that we have collected the rate, and that's the source from which we'll fund it. Now, we're trying to work through whether that effectively would neutralise it, because from a funding angle, if you then go and say, we're actually not going to collect that money, do we create a provision or a liability we then have to recognise, I think, is your question. And that's the accounting issue we're wanting to work through, because the commitment exists, or is it just purely a funding issue? The upshot of it is that if we use that money now and there is a call made on it, then we are putting effectively, we are saying to the community, we've collected the money, we've got it there ready to go, we then deploy it to some other use, and then we have to immediately, if it's go and get it. So there is a high degree of risk.
I just want to be, just for people sort of watching, just to be clear, in my mind, it's because of the commitment that even if we were to repurpose it, there's a commitment that needs to hit the P&L this year, which then creates the issue. So you can't just get the commitment without recognising something this year, which becomes a problem. So I just think as long as we're clear on that, that's
Andre?
Thank you. If you're seizing the levy, and then you need 7 million soon. Where would that money come from? And then would seizing the levy therefore also cost more?
So we'd have the 5 million that we could pay over.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have the balance.
Yeah, but
And
we could pay it over time. So we could pay out the 5 million and gather the 7 in the next financial year. The extra 2 in the next financial year.
That's right.
Yeah.
And through you, Your Worship, when the original budget was drawn back in a number of years ago, it contemplated that there may be some paid in advance of all of the money being collected. That's why if you do the numbers, it actually, you collect a bit more because it reflects that there's an interest component in there. So that had already been budgeted in too when it was originally proposed.
My question is, would it cost more to seize the levy and need to get more money later? That will cost more in the long term?
Well, I suppose through you, we're starting to get into quite an issue here, but potentially yes, because over the time that the money was collected, interest rates were lower, they are higher now, and so the cost of funds has increased, and we will be, the community would then have to fund that at a higher cost than they were presently.
Okay, thank you.
Right up. Next one, please.
So that one's out.
Yep.
Can I just clarify, is that being put to the vote or is it gone?
No, it's gone. It's been ruled out of order. No. The museum, the cathedral one is, we're recommending is gone. Yeah,
Gone.
ruled out of order.
Out of order, yep. Signet Street. I think Gavin's explained that pretty well.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's
Okay.
right.
Next one, please.
That's it.
That's everything. Are we getting the
Which one's it?
that one there, Second Road Street?
No, it's keeping that. Yep.
Mark?
Yeah, sorry, can I just circle back to the Air Force Museum amendment? Are we going to see some wording for the consultation document ahead of
Yep, you are.
confirmation? Thank you.
In that later on down schedule, we've updated it.
Okay, is that the end of things?
Yep.
Is that as good as it
So we've
gets?
done the transport ones.
We do need to tidy the document. It's going to take 5 minutes while we just...
So if we take 5 minutes, we'll tidy up the document and then into debate.
And then we will come back and debate the whole lot for 3 minutes each.
When are we going into PX to get the advice? Even though, I mean, I don't support going to PX, but that's what staff have said.
So we do we do that now? Going to PX, then have the break, then come back.
I'm just bringing the resolution.
So
Okay, so
I'm
we
moving
need to
it.
resolve.
Did we
need-
move in?
need to resolve going to PX.
No, you don't need to move.
Yanni, oh no, he doesn't.
We're back. Thank you, everyone, for coming back on television land. Just to let you know that we have Yanni has changed his amendment, and we need a bit of staff advice on how much that's going to impact the rates. And Tyler has put in a small late amendment, and we need some information on that. So we are going to have how many minutes?
10 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay.
Well, we need to tell people online.
Righto.
15
It's we'll 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
Okay. Right, just to put you in the picture, Tyler's given us it's up there, I think. Yeah, a change there. It's just been highlighted. So just let people know it's not costing anything. It's there. The other one is Yanni's amendment, which Bede is going to tell us a rough indication or an accurate indication on how much that would cost.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Well, actually, it's to you, isn't it? The rating impact for years FY27 and 28 is the same. It's 0.02% in each of those years. That's just on its own, but we had some.
Yes, again, to Mr. Mayor. Look, we would have to do some work around the deliverability of that, and it would factor into the amendment proposed by Councillor Henstock as to how that works, and we haven't got that information and can't provide it here at the moment.
Okay,
so
that's cool.
Back.
Thank you very much for that. We are now up to part 16, which is the amendments. It's the amendment, debating the amendments. Now, if people are generally happy with what they think, even though they're not predetermined on what they're going to do, you don't have to debate if you don't want to. Just bearing in mind it gets dark at 9 o'clock. I'll open it up, and everyone's allowed to have their 3 minutes if they want to. So go for your life, fill your boots. So,
just checking though, just process-wise, we do get a separate debate on the whole on the whole annual plan later.
This is just the amendments.
Just the amendments?
Yep. Okay. Right. Who would like to go first? I don't believe what I'm seeing. Excellent. Right. We will now vote. You right, man? We will now vote individually on each amendment.
No debate. Oh, good, okay.
Okay, so we've gone past that debate. Debate was great. You've just missed it.
I was checking whether I needed to cancel my appointment tonight.
I'll ask each of the councillors to raise their hands for, against, or abstentions. Be very clear, because staff need to write that down, because otherwise it gets a bit messy. Yeah, please keep your hand up and count the numbers. And we can take divisions if they're needed, but we'll see how we get on. Okie doke. So we'll start with the first one. So I just put it. Okay, that first one that you see just highlighted right there. We have a mover and seconder. All those in favour?
Oh, so can people put their hands up early and high and keep them up?
11,
Are you able just to read which?
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 4.
Yeah, and do against you write them down. Is that right?
That's fine.
You're all good, so that's okay. So that is carried. Thank you very much. Right, we now move on to the next one, which is being highlighted as we speak. Just make sure we're all on the same wavelength. All those in favour?
Aye.
1, 2.
Just do a voice thing.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 4. 17.
Oh, 17.
So you get the 30k. So
Brilliant.
No, we even.
Okay, that is carried. Thank you. Okay, then the next one just been highlighted on the screen with Celeste and Yanni. All those in favour?
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 4.
So that's carried. Yep. Thank you. No abstentions. Anyone? No. Okay. The next one, please. Okay. It's clear to see everyone up there. All those in favour?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, 4.
So that's carried. Yep, carried. Okay, doke. That's right. That's what it does. The next one, please. Pilot Central City. So, all those in favour? Sorry. Pardon me?
We up to 2.
Okay, you'll have this one here. Number 18, all of those in favour?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
That's carried. Thank you very much. Right, next one. The amendment is not.
We're actually going to come back and do that for this consultation document.
Yeah. Yeah. We just want to say, it's sort of highlighted in the consultation document, yeah.
Okay. So now we've got number 22A. You're doing separate.
The advice has changed, is that right? From the last...
Yeah. There's now saying it's not deliverable. It might not be deliverable.
It's changed to it's saying it's not deliverable and it needs to be addressed in the annual plan, which is be a chop and change.
No, this is the advice given before that Bede gave, that there's uncertainty about its delivery and we haven't got time to give advice now, but it can be addressed when we come back and do the whole delivery against the capital program, which was Councillor Henstock's motion that we'd be doing in time for the annual plan decision.
All right, but this was a staff recommendation in October that was deliverable. We've had a whole bunch of other things added today that have just been new. How can this one not be deliverable when staff were able to deliver it just a couple of months ago?
So we don't know. You put it on the floor today.
I do know.
And we will come back with advice.
Okay.
Because we're coming back with advice against the whole program.
Right, A22A, right in front of us, highlighted. All those in favour?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It's lost. Okay, AYJ2. A22B. All of those in favour of that one?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, that's lost. Thank you. Next one, please.
So we're just moving to...
Okay, so we've got the highlighted one there in front of us, which is Sam and Aaron. All of those in favour?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 4.
Thank you. That's carried. Rightio. Next one, please. Okay. There we go. The highlighted one there. All of those in favour? You got it?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So that's carried. Right. Next, please. Okay. It's clear what's highlighted there. Not going too quick. Everyone's happy. All of those in favour of A4 in front of us?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
That's carried. Thank you.
As I'm looking at this Steve, as I was eyeballing the LTT.
Yeah, your day's buggered.
Yeah.
Okay, now we have A7A, the whole lot of them there, okay? Victoria and Tyrone. So all those in favour of that one?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Everyone.
That's a full 17.
Brilliant. That's very good. Thank you. The next one. So what are we doing with it?
It's just noting.
It's just noting? So, yep.
Well, actually, we need to probably pass whether you want a noting provision.
Yep.
Sorry, my mistake.
All of those in favour of noting Litfield Street.
Yep.
That's full.
Yep, full. Yep. Great. Okay. Right. Number A9. All those in favour?
Be full. For full.
Full. Excellent. Okay. A12 up there on the screen. It's highlighted there. All those in favour?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That's carried. Thank you. Right, this one.
Just staff advice.
Yes. So it's just noting again, is it?
Oh, no, it's just advice, requesting advice.
Okay, but we still vote it. Yeah, all those in favour of that one there? That's-
1, 2,
that's-
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
That's carried. Great. Yeah, good. Okay, A24. All of those in favour? Signet Street.
That's full. 17.
Excellent.
Did you
Oh,
vote
Yanni
for
abstained. Yanni abstained. Okay, that it.
No, he was a seconder. He can't abstain.
I'm winding you up.
17.
She was noting it down.
Okay, righto.
That's all the amendments.
Okay.
So now we do another one of these.
Do we need? Are you able to tell us the rate impact of those, or do you need a few minutes?
We can have a few minutes to go and work those through.
Okay. 10 minutes.
How many do you need?
10 minutes?
10 would be good.
Okay.
Just
Okay, 10 minutes, everyone. Thank you very much. So that is We go for ready. We will now ask staff to hand over to staff to present the update on the rates number.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So the number that was at the beginning of the day, if you like, was 8.93% as a rate increase. After factoring in the adjustments from the amendments presented, it comes to 7.58%. What we do note is that, so that's 20 for next year. The following year, it goes from essentially 8.99, so 9% to 10.4%. So it does push that out. Year 3 remains the same at 8.62. And the other sort of metric we note at this point is the balanced budget, which will unbalanced budget of 48 million goes down to 60 million, or up to 60 million, I suppose. So the budget was unbalanced at 48 million. With these adjustments, it goes to unbalanced 60 million. Look, that's how comfortable are we? We would, as from a purely financial point of view, we would prefer that it was balanced or closer to balanced, but we do recognise that there's a profile and a trajectory that gets us there, so that's satisfactory.
Okay, thank you.
How we would frame it, we're fine with that.
Can you just clarify, does it mean we're unbalanced for more years, or is it too hard to tell now?
No, it's 2 years.
3
years, but this third one's small.
Yeah, we'd want to check, but probably not, but if it is by a pretty modest amount. So it's sort of a sharp, short, and that's because in the following year you have to make it up.
Yep. Thank you, Victoria.
Mary asked my question. Thanks.
Okay, Tyler.
Could you put it into layman's terms for the public to understand exactly what the balancing and unbalancing of that budget really means?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, good question. So what the financial strategy was to fully fund rating for renewals by 2031 was the plan. The last LTP pushed that out to 2032, and we were less aggressive with rating. So when I say rating for renewals, that effectively means that renewals are treated as a proxy, if you like, for depreciation, which is an operating expense. So by balancing the budget, what we're saying is the income equals the expenditure, the operating expenditure, of which depreciation is in that mix. And so because we rate for repaying loans as opposed to depreciation, we are rating for renewals, which is an ongoing maintenance. So by bridging that gap, rating more for renewals brings us closer to balancing the budget earlier. So prior to today, we were not balanced for the first 3 years, or for the next three years. And the third year was by a small amount, $8 million, around that amount. So we're much closer to doing that. So what we've done today is just extend that in the first 3 years by a little bit. Not, we'll need to do the calculations. We've done this pretty quickly, but we're not extending the level of not balanced over a number of years. We still will reach the target in 2032 because of other measures that we've agreed to put in place to do that. So balancing the budget means are we meeting all our operating expenses by the income that's coming through? And so, like I say, that includes for us rating for renewals, moving to that rating for renewals as opposed to debt funding. Yeah.
That's great. That's a great explanation. Thank you. The next question I've got is around your scale of financial prudence and what that does to affect, council. Is there any effect in terms of the budget being more unbalanced to $60 million?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. With our finance guys' hats on, we'd like to be closer and be more aggressive in doing that. ideally we would get to balancing the budget or rating for renewals a lot quicker, which would the default then is that we would be balanced earlier, quicker. Yeah. But there is a plan in place, and if we stick to that plan and meet that, then I guess we're doing the best that we can within the current environment without ratcheting up rates more than is tolerable. And we could do it, but rates would jump up. So that's unpalatable. So we wouldn't be suggesting that. But so the closer we can bridge that gap, the better. And so we're still on target to do that by 2032. Yep.
Can I just clarify, the intent now will be to highlight this in the consultation document. That wording's not quite ready yet, but under the clause or resolution that we're intending to delegate some ability for the finance people to tweak that, they would actually highlight that wording so the public were aware of it.
Yeah. If I can, just to add a little bit, if you look at our financial strategy, it remains fundamentally as it was positioned. We've got a lot of headroom for borrowing. We maintain that headroom for borrowing and so on. So at its essence, it remains where it is. And so and we recognise the profile and that to come back to it. So I think there's some tweaking of it, but the strategy remains largely in place.
We've arranged a bespoke Christchurch debt headroom, right, where it's a lot more. There's a lot more room in comparison to other local government agencies. Am I right?
Yes.
Through Mr. Mayor, yeah, it's fairly accurate. Yeah.
Okay.
Other councils would have struggling. Councils in a position where we do have quite a gap.
Yeah, and is well above that gap that your self-imposed headroom. You're well above that, even so. So there's headroom, and then you've got capacity above your self-imposed headroom by quite a long way.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Sarah, please.
Thanks so much. Just two. While you say that there's that very narrow margin of 8 million in year 4 for the balancing of the budgets, you weren't quite sure about the impact of today's decisions on that. Will you let us know, during this process, what the impact is on that year 4, and if it does lead to us being unbalanced in that 4th year? Just once you've gone back and done all the numbers and the processing through stuff, and if so, would that go in the consultation document?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, that would be our intent, would be to be as clear as we can in the consultation document, and it wouldn't be a one-year picture, it would be a multi-year picture of the impact. Yeah.
That's good. And you said that you were comfortable-ish, I think that was quite your word, if we stick to the plan and get ourselves back into that state of the financial strategy. However, past experience would lead me to believe that I think maybe the last 3 or 4 years we've deferred it because there's always some other priority. Is that right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Over the last couple of years, I've been here for 2.5 years, and each year there's been an adjustment to the plan in some manner to reduce the level in the following years, how much we are putting in. So like I say, if we stick to the plan that we have in place now and we reach our target by, like I said, it's been extended by a year to 2032, then that's financially prudent, but we just need to be disciplined and stick to that plan.
Yeah, and to get to that now, how much of a steeper curve and steeper increase in rating for renewals will we need to see in those later years towards 2032?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, well, we need to do the work.
That'll come to us, right? Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Samuel?
Yeah, thank you. I guess what I'm keen to understand, and appreciate you may not have the information today, is around the resolution we've passed around the capital program and the deliverability of it, which to my mind is going to have it's probably going to knock significantly off our projected capital budget as you work through that. How do you see that playing into the changes that have occurred in terms of the resolutions we've passed? So in my mind, there's potentially there could be 50, say 100 mil of capex which we're over budgeting. There may not be, but let's say there is. Will that sort of rate impact come back in for us to have a discussion around to potentially offset things like the balanced budget?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly there will be a rating impact. You reduce your capital program, And so it's not so much the program, it's the funding aspect of that, And so we were talking about those items that are debt funded, for sure. Debt goes down, interest goes down. So then we do have a gap. What will we do with that gap? Well, that automatically would be on reducing rates, but council could say, okay, well, if we keep the rate at that was for the remainder of the LTP, then you could use that as additional, if you like, funding for rating for renewals. It's one thing. There's a number of things you could do, but probably, there would be a number of things you could do.
So I guess that's great, and thanks for explaining that really well. So that'll come back as part of the advice, which is, we've made some decisions today to help people now.
Yep.
But actually, some of the other decisions that will be worked through by the team might mean that we can use those levers to help offset some unintended consequences of what we've decided today.
Well, yes, there's a number of things we've got to bring back, and then we'll have a fuller discussion with all the data.
Yeah, fantastic. No, thank you.
Okay, I'm keen to get on to debate. Aaron, then Vic.
Yeah, just around because it could be confusing to some people watching around the changes to next year's percentage change. That changes because it doesn't go on this year, but when it goes on, it's compounding. So if it doesn't go on this year, it goes on next year. It's still the same thing. You don't pay it for another year, but it doesn't cost us any more in the long run, or does it cost us more in the long run?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, what we've done, we walked into the room today, and the annual plan rate for 25-26 was 8.93. And for year 2, so the following year, 26-27, was 8.99. Okay, so those components, or what makes that up, are what we know today. And so what we've done is, by then reducing it for using surpluses in the main to reduce it, so that's not ongoing. We've used funds that aren't ongoing, so that creates a gap that we need to build up again for the following year. So then that's now jumped up to 10.4 to match that gap that we had. So, so your question, if I've got it right, is by using it now, are we impacting? No, I guess people are getting the impact earlier than they would, but when they get a rates invoice for it's got 10.4% increase, they're probably going to forget that it was 7.38 the previous year.
But you're saying the actual dollar amount.
The 1.4 just moves, so they pay, they just start paying that extra 1.4 next year, just not this year.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So otherwise, the vote today is we either pay an extra 1.4% this year, or we do it next year. We're going to be doing it because that's our bills coming in the future. But there is no way around that.
I guess there's a number of things we could use those surplus for. And so today, council's decided that they'll use it for
Councils in the past have tended to spend it all, but yeah.
Or offset debt.
Yeah. Spend it all, yeah.
I'm really keen to get on to debate.
Not adding extra programs saves money.
Victoria, and Yanni's got his hand up.
Thank you, gentlemen. Some chunky issues today. My question follows on from Councillor McDonald and Councillor Templeton in relation to the unbalanced budget and the reduction in the capital program. For clarity, please, if there is a reduction in the capital program, which results in a lower rates and less borrowing, will that have an impact on the trajectory to achieve a balanced budget?
We're talking, through you, Mr. Mayor, we're talking, I guess, fairly holistically. And so the big part of balancing the budget is where income meets your operating expenditure. And so the funding for renewals is part of that operating expenditure. So we've got a lot of renewal expenditure that we need to catch up with and move that from debt funded to rate funded. If we change the capital program, depends how we're changing it, and if there's an impact on renewal expenditure in the future, then that might have an impact. But it usually it isn't on renewal expenditure. Usually it's the other things. Usually we're focused on looking after what we've got, which generally is renewal expenditure. So yeah, and until we do the work, council, it's pretty hard to explain it fully.
Thank you.
Yep.
And Yanni, please, and then we'll.
Yeah, is now the chance that we ask questions about the consultation document? When do we do that?
It's next.
Right about now.
If you look on, look on this.
So now, thank you. That's good.
So just in terms of the timing on some of the budgets, is it? Oh, I mean, I guess I'll just wait for the
CD one. Yeah.
The CD. It's just that I was just trying to understand the years, if there's going to be, if we're able to get the change information.
Ask it then. Yeah. Okay, so now we're up to part 20, the draft annual plan main debate. It's on the whole shoot and match. So who would like to kick off, please? I don't believe it.
I'll just close it.
Righto, okay. So I will put that, that's Rec 4. We're now... Damn. Melanie. Who was down there? Heaven?
We've now reached a point of a more unbalanced budget than we started with, and that means our income will not be enough to meet our expenses next year. It does mean we can decrease our rates in an election year, knowing full well that the following year we need to ask the public to pay that back with a rates increase of more than 10%. In my view, that's poor leadership, poor financial management, and essentially we're misleading the public. As such, I won't be able to support the draft AP.
Yanni, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to start with a few quotes, because what we're doing in this draft annual plan is we're putting in a whole bunch of money for someone else, basically. And, you know, if you look at some of the issues that we're confronted with in terms of trying to keep costs under control, what we've done is effectively give KiwiRail a golden choo-choo to spend a lot of money on their projects. And some of the quotes that have been in the media, you know, a way for an underfunded KiwiRail to upgrade its outdated systems at ratepayer expense. We were told that any decision on funding will sit with the mayor and councillors, but when some of us tried to move amendments today, we're told that they're out of order. So I'm just wondering, like, who actually gets to make the decisions about the funding that goes towards KiwiRail and at the expense of crossings that they're forcing us to do as a city. Even a transport engineer said it's such a low-use crossing of Scrutton's Road, you don't need a full-on solution. I just don't get it. The Minister, Simeon Brown, said the decision is illogical, and one of the community board members said there's more of a chance of a cyclist getting knocked off a train in Cathedral Square than getting knocked off on a cycleway by a train. The thing is, the scale of the work that's proposed for KiwiRail and the additional money that we're being asked to spend, 4.some million for Scrutton's Road, 5 million for Radcliffe Road, and God knows what other money is hidden or is in the budget as well for other projects. It's astronomical. And I can't support this plan doing that. We should hold firm on the budget that we currently have for KiwiRail until the negotiations are finished. Some of my colleagues were concerned that I was proposing amendments that would take money off one ward into another. Can I remind councillors that the money that's being taken to go towards Scrutton's Road is actually coming from a cycleway that goes through my area, my ward. And instead of having that money go back into the Bromley community, where we've had fatalities, where we've had people killed in crashes, you're putting it into a crossing for a few people a day at huge expense. More money going into a single crossing for a few people a day than an entire neighbourhood. That is a decision that we have made today, and I can't support this plan. There's a whole bunch of other costs in here, and I do hope the consultation document will call out the massive increases on some of our projects, because a lot of the increases in transport are not mentioned. There is some good things in here, and I do applaud the staff for the work that they've done. But fundamentally, I think our priorities are wrong. Our priority should be going to invest in the east, into communities like Bromley, which have borne the brunt of bad decisions that previous councils have made around things like the organics plant and the lack of urgency around the wastewater treatment plant. And it's a real shame that we don't see the value in investing in that community, given the harm that we've caused over time. So I won't be supporting this today. I don't believe the priorities are right.
Any Sarah, then Pauline.
Kia ora. There are things to like about this annual plan, and a couple of them are the terms of reference for the adaptation fund. So we agreed in the long-term plan to set up an intergenerational adaptation fund so we can help with the costs of adapting to sea level rise over time, ease the burden on future generations. And I'm really glad that the terms of reference will be going out with the annual plan to enable people to have their say on how that is used. Also pleased to see that the resolution I put up in the long-term plan for additional funding on water renewals for our water mains and sub-mains is there now. So there's an extra $10 million to renew our water pipes, and that funding is ongoing in future years as well. So we can start working towards getting on top of those leaking, creaking pipes that we've got. Also really pleased to get an amendment through just getting advice on a voting transparency tool. As it's been mentioned, another council in the country has recently done that. It does involve a bit of work. It means that people have to push buttons probably to make sure their vote's recorded every time rather than having divisions. But it means that there will be a searchable database where any member of the public or reporters can just type in the kind of decision that they want to look up and it'll come up with the voting record for that, which is great. However, the one thing that I have a real issue with this particular annual plan is that, once again, we're kicking the can down the road. So this will be the third budget in a row that this particular council has deferred work on rating for renewals. I can understand the desire to save immediate costs, but all we're doing is kicking the can down the road for ratepayers to pay more in the future. It's going to cost us a stack more in interest costs over time. In the long-term plan, it was estimated that deferring the rating for renewals would cost ratepayers an additional $16 to $19 million just in interest costs over that 10 years. So I'm really glad that the amendment for us to consult on increasing rating for renewals has gone in, and really looking forward to the feedback to see whether our communities are keen to invest a small additional amount of money now to save more money off their rates in the long term. So I will be supporting this. I really want to hear what the community have to say on those particular issues, and I look forward to getting those submissions. Thanks.
Pauline?
Yeah, look, there are things to like. You're right, Councillor Templeton, but I do have a discomfort in the use of the surplus for the use for the payroll rather than debt reduction, and for using it for rates reduction as well, and the consequent unbalanced budget. I also feel discomfort with the looming 10.4% increase next year. We do have further things that might cause us savings between now and then, but we did need to find 0.5% savings to strike a rate that we predicted in our LTP, but we've saved much more than that. Although we're not consulting on that use of the surplus, it will be noted in the consultation document, so people will be able to let us know what they feel about that. And hoping that Councillor MacDonald might re-look at that in the light of that. At the same time, this is a good year to be finding an easing financial pressure on people. The economy might be in a different space next year, but we don't really know. We all want to keep rates increases as low as we can, but we also do need to deliver. But all in all, at the moment we've done really well considering the unexpected external costs that we're having to pass on to ratepayers. We can't just soak it all up. The government levy for the water regulation, the district plan costs, the BURL giving us the increased inflation figure that we had to build in, additional Three Waters maintenance charges, and there's more. So, look, I'm not going to rabbit on. We all want to get on with this. So it's going out for consultation. Let's see what the response is. And so on that, I will vote for it today to go out for consultation.
Thank you. Tyrone?
I will support it as well. This is really the rock and the hard place plan for me. We're pretty much squished between the things government makes us do and the hard place of the global environment of high interest rates and supply chain shenanigans, which we get hit by all the time, and the weight of having to carry the earthquake anchor projects to their conclusion and the stadium in particular. which is really driving up rates. What is clear is that nobody's rates are going up because nobody made a street better for humans, and no amount of tinkering we do there is going to change a damn thing in terms of rate rises. That said, I do fundamentally believe that we are in an endless bow wave of capital demand, and not the cool kind of endless wave that I could jump on in my mini Mel. What we need to address, we need to make more deliberate choices about what we build and make around our city. We have to. We don't actually have a choice. I appreciate having the opportunity to work with Councillor Henstock, Kia ora Victoria, on addressing that. I think I've got a shared mind on that because I really want us to be in control of our demand pipeline, and that is, I'm sorry to say, also having a proper conversation about renewals, and it's going to be an ugly conversation. Now, just quickly, heads up for the Te Waka Littleton Museum. So Littleton and Banks Peninsula are the place to be. Everyone knows that. Every weekend, every day, we've got visitors galore. They're wandering around enjoying our brilliant bars and cafes and quirky shops. Not just cruise passengers, just people from all over the world. I even met Miriam Margulies in Littleton one day. That was a fun day. What is missing, though, is a focal point. So since the earthquake, we haven't had a single building restored or rebuilt because of restrictions, regulations and whatever in Littleton on the main street there. We've got to do something. And we've got a government that wants growth, baby growth, and wants to drive that through tourism. Brilliant, I say. It's imperative that we improve the offering we have for Littleton and that we have for Banks Peninsula and that we have for Christchurch. And we've got the opportunity to create a world-class and yet local museum to showcase the best of all of us and our heritage and legacy and make our city even more desirable and attractive than it is, which is very desirable and attractive. I look forward to the consultation period to hear what our constituents have to say about it. Cheers.
Mark, please.
Thank you. I think we've done rather well as a council today. People out there are hurting. So for us to actually try and relieve some of that hurt by getting the quantum of the rates rise down to what we have got to is, I think, going to be better received than what we started with today. Yes, the unbalanced budget is a concern, but that's something for us as a council going forward to continue to work on. And I do like the idea that we've got some good consultation going out and some good questions being asked. So looking forward to seeing what the public can come back to us and tell us through this consultation. One of the things I'd like to highlight that's going to go out with that consultation is the Air Force Museum grant that's being consulted on. The value that Air Force Museum brings to our city is quite amazing compared to what the council pays to run it, because we don't pay anything to run it. It's free to the council. So the fact that we get a great tourist destination at no cost to the city is absolutely fantastic. And we need to keep that in mind as we go out for this consultation regarding that grant that they've asked for to house their recently retired aircraft, and watch the space over the coming weeks. We may see one of those aircraft landing on what's left of the airstrip there. So it should be quite an event. And hopefully we can get some good feedback around that and support the Air Force Museum for the treasure it is in our community. It's helped us really well since the earthquakes, and to show them some support going forward, I think is the least we can do as a city. Otherwise, really pleased with where we've landed. Hopefully we can continue to work well as a council together over the coming months, and looking forward to seeing what people come back to us with the consultation.
Thank you. Kelly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's been a good process today. There's been lots of agreement around the table about a lot of things. The single biggest issue that the people of Burwood talk to me about is the constant rates increases. It's something that bothers them. Yes, we have lots of challenges and will have into the future. We all come to work to solve problems. That's why we're here. And I agree with Councillor Peters, ratepayers are hurting now. I have people who have told me that they're not sure that they can stay in their homes, elderly people, that they just can't keep up with constant demands that they have for food, electricity and price increases, and rates is a big part of those. So I'm glad that we're looking at, and we've looked hard at options for them. So today we had an opportunity to reduce the rates burden for people, and you either take that opportunity or you don't. Within the constraints that we have, and we have a lot of constraints, we took it, and I'm really pleased that we did that. I think it shows a lack of imagination to think that we can't make changes in the future. Next year's another year. Let's deal with the problems of next year. But at the moment, our ratepayers are suffering, and I think that this will do a lot to help them. The last thing I'd probably say is that, what business do you know that would continue to put up their charges year on year, 9%, 8%, 7%, and would you continue to go to that business? Well, people don't have a choice. With us, they have to pay these rates. It's mandated, and so they're stuck. And the least we can do is just take a little bit of time to work a little bit harder to try and reduce that burden for them. So I'm pleased with where we're going here, and it tells me that something is not right and that we need to look very hard at our commitments. And hopefully this is the first step in us looking a lot harder at what we do over the next few years to make a real difference in the lives of the people that we're actually working for. Cheers.
Tyler?
I understand the sentiment of my colleagues from around the table, but I just can't help but think in the top of my head that we're just robbing from tomorrow. And too many times we've seen that where we've had sustainable gradual increases in rates or a plateauing of the rates sitting at around 8 to 6%. And just today just really turned me off thinking about next year. Because, it is an election year, and I knew that there needed to be some things that needed to be put in to say, hey, we've brought it down to 5.5%, 6.5%. It's great, fantastic. But you're not going to tell them that next year they're going to be looking at a 10% rates rise. It doesn't matter whether it's going to be a little less here and a little more tomorrow, because we know that tomorrow is going to be more expensive. And what we've done is we've just added to that snowball effect of not only will you have inflationary rates in FY26, you're also going to be handling a 10% rates rise, of which we all at this table know you're not going to bring it down more than 2.5%. There's no way. We haven't done that in God knows how many years. I haven't seen it in my 3 years here. So I'm really excited to see what kind of imagination my colleagues come up with in terms of bringing it down to under 8% if we're pushing it up so much next year. The lack of intergenerational focus, the kicking the can down the road, we're always just going to be another council, just like everyone else, that tries to do the same for the next resident that's going to come in. Lastly, rating for renewals is actually a really sound, prudent approach from a lot of staff in terms of the way that they proposed it a year and a half ago. And I thought that was really, really pragmatic in the way that we're able to plateau the rates rise instead of actually having to go down and then go up, go down and go up. This is residents we're talking about, and they're going to see a massive rates rise in their bill next year. But hey, some of us might not be here, some of us might. We never know. And there were a couple of parts of the amendments that I put in around the cost for consultants, and this may be just perception from me as a councillor, but I do recall that there were times in regulation and compliance, traffic, all of these different consultants we're paying money to when we could actually potentially be doing it in-house on a fixed term basis, which will save a lot of money. The other thing I wanted to think about was looking at implementing either AI or just surveillance cameras in arterial routes in lieu of the traffic calming measures or platforms that are talked about and really highly disdained by many of the public. And it was just some advice, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that come back. But I'm not sure if I can support the draft in your plan going forward. Kia ora.
Okay, Jake, please.
Thank you. Something Mark said made me think in terms of, people are hurting right now, but people don't live for a single year. They live for decades, and a city is intergenerational, and we always have to be cognizant of that. I too share a lot of concern about, let's be honest, we haven't made any true savings today. The only saving we've made is ask Mary to go away and come up with some savings, which isn't really a saving, it's just asking Mary to do something. So we need to be. I'm glad we're passing on a headline rate figure that is less than what was reported in the paper this morning. But year after year, and even in this term of council, 2 years now, we've had debates about subvention funding, operating surpluses, and ratings for renewals. All of it is the same thing. It's just borrowing and not adjusting your income levels. And I think that fine, we're doing it this year, but at a certain point, we've had most of those debates we've had, we've taken the convenient option in that given year, and at a certain point, we are going to have one of these years where we don't take so many of those convenient options. But that being said, I've enjoyed today. It's been collegial. I'm glad we've passed on a moderate figure. I feel like we've all agreed on lots of things, and I'm glad we're going to be having a public conversation about rating for renewals. So with that said, it's a pretty high threshold for me to vote against a budget. Call me old-fashioned. I just think you probably should have one. So I will be supporting the budget today, particularly as it's just to go out to consult. So looking forward to what people have to say.
Tim, please.
Thank you. I'm going to support this today. I hear constantly from around this table about the cost of living crisis, etc., etc. And I'm kind of stunned because we're the ones making the decisions. This is a decision to go out to our ratepayers. So I'm just wondering if you will listen to what they say, because those cost increases are voted on around this table. So you've only got to listen to the community. So I'm really looking forward to that. And in business, I was given some really good advice. Watch the crumbs, because the crumbs make up a slice of bread, and the bread and butter feeds your family. And I think that actually has been forgotten about around this table. Because I look at the Greater Christchurch Partnership, and I look at other things connected to our neighbours. Someone mentioned the stadium, but our neighbours aren't putting any money into that. They will enjoy it. Parakori will be an absolutely fantastic and a leading venue in this country, but they're not putting any money into that. And a number of other things. But we're supporting our neighbours in a number of ways. So I think we've got to look at what we're actually doing with our neighbours, because our ratepayers are actually paying for everything we do not send an invoice for. And I think that has been forgotten. We've got a lot of fair weather friends, so I think we've got to get harder at that. We've got to look at these basics, and we have choices. But the number one thing, and why I'm going to support this, is because we are going out for consultation, and I am hoping that we won't look across the fence at our neighbours' community boards and suggest cuts to community boards where you don't talk to them before you suggest those cuts. I think we should work as a team, but we've got to listen to our communities, and that is what we should be doing, especially the interesting thing here is in an election year. There's your challenge. Thank you.
Andre, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I think concern around balanced budgets is also really fair, and kicking the can down the road is an absolute concern. But today we've also added many millions more in spending on different things, and that doesn't help either. So I'm pleased we'll get whatever options we can on savings before the final adoption, but we know full well that there won't be many options, and that it's really, really hard to make a saving if it hasn't been consulted on. We learnt that quite well last year. One of my biggest learnings in the job so far is the Local Government Act makes it quite easy to spend money. It makes it quite challenging to save money. That's been a big learning of that so far. This is something we needed to start late last year. We should be doing a deep dive on operational savings every single year. It shouldn't be up for debate. It should be every year, every plan. The briefing we had here on the 26th of November asked what was required for us to be able to do that. But I mean, the room went silent, then we moved on to the next question. We didn't proceed with that, and I'm still at a loss as to why. And yes, I'm referring to savings that don't trigger a long-term plan. There are options, staff have told us there are, but we haven't asked for them to be investigated. I'm puzzled on why we can't ask the public about what we're doing with money received from the Cathedral targeted rate. My amendment was within order in December, it was within order this morning, it's not within order this afternoon. I don't understand why that is. What has been mentioned is an agreement on the funds. You also need agreement with the people who pay the funds. You need to check in with the ratepayers who've paid the money. That's who you also need agreement from. So that's sort of been forgotten here. You need agreement all around. You can't pick and choose who you've got agreement with. I agree with Councillor Hanson that we shouldn't be paying for KiwiRail's outdated infrastructure. I agree wholeheartedly, and I think we should be telling them to get stuffed, and that we should take a risk. If we don't take risks, we never get results, right? You bend over and take it, it'll just keep happening forever. So this council standing up for itself now, I think, is a positive. The minister's involved. I think there's movement on this issue now. But if you just sit around saying nothing will ever happen. I do struggle with some of the items raised today. 5 million for the Air Force Museum, 2 or 3 million for Littleton Museum. I don't doubt they're worthy projects right now, but I am struggling at the moment. Like, I'm getting daily complaints, like I have for the last 12 months. We're getting almost daily complaints about Hallsville Junction Road. And if we couldn't afford to asphalt that and can't afford to have our roads up to scratch, I just can't see how we can be considering a number of different other options we've considered today, and will be. So we're asking for the public for their thoughts on things we can spend more on. We're not asking the public for things we could be spending less on. I think that's a real shame. But also, in December, Council made a number of decisions that will actively push rates up in our housing policy. And you know what? This Council may even do the same later this year with its housing policy. So we should be thinking about that when we do our housing policies as well, just for the record.
Victoria?
Thank you, Mayor Phil. I've been really encouraged by the good faith way in which we've worked together today as colleagues, for the most part anyway. But also I want to thank Mayor Phil for setting the tone and for leading us through this today, and to Mary and the team for steering the ship and facilitating that, because I think we're coming through relatively unscathed, and which is, it's almost enjoyable. I think most things have already been said in terms of the savings that we've made and whether we've gone far enough or not. There's always room for improvement. Delivery of the capital program is really the major concern for me, so I'm just going to concentrate my comments in relation to that. Really pleased that the amendment passed, and I remain hopeful that the capital program will be adjusted as a result of that. We've got a really long history of underperforming on our capital program, and when this happens, we have carry forwards, and we have them year on year on year, which means that we end up with a perfect storm. And quite frankly, it's a perfect storm that's perfectly avoidable if only we were to set achievable capital programs. And saying that, I accept that there are many variables as to why we can't deliver, but the fact remains we don't deliver, and we can't deliver. What underpins my concerns about the capital program is that we are rating for works that aren't going to be done, or have a very slim chance of being done. And let's be clear about what that actually means for our ratepayers. What that means is that we are taking money from our residents that we're not going to spend. And my preference is that we're actually keeping that money in the residents' bank accounts. We've heard a lot about the difficulties that people are having balancing their own budgets. Very few households that I know that have a balanced budget at the moment. So as uncomfortable as it is, we just got to lean into that and work our way through it. So in closing, acknowledge we've made some reductions, and I remain hopeful that we'll be seeing more before we get to the end of this process. And I will be supporting this going out for consultation, and looking forward to hearing what the public have got to say. Thank you.
Okay, Aaron?
I just want to quickly touch on 4 things that haven't been touched on. One is a follow-on from Andre's point he raised around us saving money. I'm hoping in the Mayor's introduction that he invites the public to tell us how they don't want us to save money. Starting along the lines of, like many councils across the country, we were staring down a rates rise of around 20%, and we've done the work, the staff have done the work over a year to get it down to 7.5%. But tell us how to go further. So invite the public to come in and engage in that. I like the model of the voting record. I think that's going to be hilarious if that comes about, because so many times, Yanni's is easy, I can tell you that now. People often say, who the bloody hell voted for that? That woke nonsense. So they'll be able to look it up. And it'll be there in plain daylight. So careful what you wish for, some of the people around the table. But the sooner that comes in, the better. Yeah. Then I want to touch on 2 other things. One is the what we spend the money on, and then how we spend the money. And I'm very much looking forward to, I'm counting down, so it must be 12 days to go until the first meeting of the Infrastructure Working Group, because we must find ways of delivering our infrastructure a lot cheaper. It's upon every council, every government department in this country to find ways to deliver that infrastructure cheaper. And I will die in a ditch over that to find ways. No stone will be unturned to get there, because people tell us what they want. It's our job to deliver that, and it's the how that's costing us. And delivery of infrastructure for councils and government departments has got more and more and more expensive. And we have to find ways to, it's not just cutting costs, you've got to find ways to deliver it smarter and more affordable. The other one is the term the final thing is the term intergenerational equity, which when you look it up, it seems to be a political term, but it's one that I struggle with. This city's 175 years old this year, and the 175 years ago, the equity to be passed on from the people that were here then to, the formation of the city, there was people before that shared the city differently, but from the structural format of a city, there were zero assets. Those assets are now $17 billion, and some of them will be the best assets in the country. That stadium that's being built, the pool complex, the cricket complex, the river, just everything about the city is the greatest little city in the world. So that is the kind of intergenerational equity that I want to be passing on to the children and the grandchildren of this city, and hopefully with not too much debt as we go forward. So I just wanted to say it's not all doom and gloom, but the rates rise is always
Thank you. And Sam, I think, James?
Look, all this is about today is, will we consult with our community? So I don't think we can talk about a whole host of different issues, but that's the crux of it. And I think there's been a lot made about the carry forwards in this debate, and I really don't share the view that carrying forward surplus is robbing from tomorrow. No one has that crystal ball, but the trend in the environment that we're in suggests that the cost of borrowing is going to be cheaper in 1 year's time than it is now. And that's why banks will offer you a lower interest rate if you fix for 2 years or 3 years than they will if you fix for 6 months or 12 months. So it's a tool that's at our disposal, and I think it makes complete sense to use that now. What it will do is place far greater pressure on the council for financial rigour and discipline in a year's time. And I think that is nothing but a good thing. So the truth is, I think our residents are being priced out of their own city. We are in a cost of living crisis. People are really feeling immense pain. And as a council, we're borrowing too much, we're spending too much, and we're doing nowhere near enough to actually make the decisions that need to be made that impact our residents' lives in the way that we should. I didn't endorse the LTP that we're working to. However, we've gone through a process today that I think has been, collaborative, collegial, and we're at a space where we can consult with our community and ask what they think. The point was made that the most important thing to do from here, or the most important question to ask ourselves, is will we listen to the community? So you know my views around the capital program and the long-term plan, and I've touched on why I think that the carry forward is appropriate in this environment. I will support asking the question of our community about what they think about it, but I most certainly implore you to understand the pain that's being felt in the community and acknowledge that what we have been doing in terms of rating is completely unsustainable, and that house of cards will fall down unless we change something quite substantially. So listen carefully to the community, but I'll support this today.
Celeste, you're the only one. Did you want to?
Sure, I think most things have been covered. I do think it's been a constructive conversation today by and large, and I think whilst it's been a bit painful at times going through the amendments, apologies for my part in that, I think that the challenge here is that what we're discussing is really rats and mice for a lot of the savings that we're looking at. I mean, looking at things like the speed bumps, savings within 100 and 200k per year just feel like a bit of a waste of time. If I go back to when I was first elected and we looked at things like the stadium and the future rates impacts of that particular capital project, I think that's actually what we should be looking at moving forward in terms of those significant line items. I think the other item that we haven't really discussed, and perhaps today's not the day, but I think it is part of the conversation we should be having, is that the funding system for local government is broken. We know that rates account for less than half of council funding, and yet we're getting more and more costs put on council. So I think we should also be having a wider conversation with the community about what other levers we can be looking at to address the funding and financing challenges in front of us. So we should be looking ahead to congestion charging, tourist levies and other mechanisms. I think if we look at some of the reports that are being put out, we are really between a rock and a hard place. We know that the costs have gone up significantly. Bridges are 38% more expensive to build. Sewerage systems are 30% more expensive to build. Road and water supply is 27% more expensive to build. So I think if we're talking about getting back to the basics, we should be really looking at what are the new investments we're putting our funding into. Some of those projects, I think, are not a good use of our time. But we are where we are, and I think the key thing today is that we go out, put this out to the community and hear what they've got to say.
Brilliant. And Samuel.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of things. So firstly, a thanks to Mary Bede and the team, Peter, Russell and everyone that's played their part in this. You know, we've spent the day in here doing this and we've had workshops throughout this whole process, but I don't think we see the grind that sits in behind all of this, that all of the heads of service and all of their teams do. So I think it's worth acknowledging that. And I'm sure the council would agree with that. There's a lot of work to get to this point. Look, I think, you know, there are always going to be differences of opinion when we get to things like this, and that's healthy in a democracy. It's good we can sit around a table and actually have a constructive conversation to get to a point. You know, ultimately, you want to get to a point where not everyone is happy, but someone's got something out of, each person has got something out of this, and it kind of feels like we have from today. And look, that's just where it is. I mean, I do agree with Victoria. You know, in my view, there isn't a household in the city at the moment that has a balanced budget, and we should remember that as well. There is a massive amount of pressure on people, and I just think that, you know, and if people do that, it's great, but I must be operating in a different environment where there's a lot of pressure on a lot of people. You know, so the reality of that is we should always be cognizant of the pressures we're putting onto people. That being said, we need to continue to deliver for the city, and you know, it's always funny over those sort of Christmas breaks where you've got a lot of time to think, and you know, it's not for this annual plan, but looking ahead, in my view, if you take central government and the funding that comes from it, actually, in my view, the most efficient way they could deliver infrastructure properly across the country would be to empower councils. We have all the infrastructure internally that can deliver these, and we have processes that work. So, you know, I guess my frustration is you have things like Crown Infrastructure Delivery, which has a very top-heavy structure. But actually, if you look at what we do on a daily basis here, we know how to deliver infrastructure, and we do it well. And that's why I was so pleased that Tyrone and Victoria were able to work together to get to a point where the capital program will be reduced, but that will not impact levels of service. And I think the team have talked about that today, because we're only putting on budget what we've delivered. And if I think about for the last 2.5, 3 years, one of the big things we've done as a council was bring that number down to a more realistic level. I think at one point it was 800 million a year, and that was before you factored into Kaha. So, you know, we've consistently got more accurate so that we can give more confidence to the communities. I guess just the other couple of things, Kiwi Rail, and look, I agree, and I love, you know, jumping onto things that we can kick, you know, particularly in election years. But actually, if you take the advice we got in PX, you know, actually, the money that's sitting on budget doesn't mean it will be spent. What the team have said is that they can work constructively with Kiwi Rail to get to a point, but if it isn't spent, then it will be returned. But what we're going to do is try and get a more suitable outcome. I don't want to spend $7 million out there. I think it's a complete waste of money. But that's not what the team told us in Public Excluded, that they're working through it with Kiwi Rail, and they'll get to a point where we don't have to do that. Look, the other thing is around the cathedral, and, you know, it's a technical thing, but, you know, the reality is we're in an environment where previous councils, and it was certainly before my time, have committed to the people of Christchurch that they would rate for a pool of money. We're stopping that now, and the interest will continue to build up. Oh, that's all right, Jake. I'll go for hours if I want. I made the most amendments that I can talk for as long as I want. But I think the reality is it almost wasn't possible being put today because we have to honour a commitment in the balance sheet, which means that this year, and Bede's going to go away tonight and do the journals on it and spend a couple of hours like accounting 101, we would have had to have recognised a cost on it. So, while it might have said actually 0.65 was this year, potentially the advice just needs to be updated because that was not possible of being put. Otherwise, I think that would have been a really worthy conversation to have today. So, look, I think the most important thing is we hear from the community over the next wee while. We're at 5.83% plus Te Kaha, which, if you think about where we started, that is a bit of a move in the right direction. But again, there isn't a household in the city that has a balanced budget, and we should never forget that. And hopefully, rates are a big discussion this year about what we do to make sure that our city is still affordable to live in. So I just want to thank Mayor Phil for leading this today really constructively. I think we've got to a good outcome, and to Mary and the team, you've really put in a lot of work to get us to a point where we can actually honour our legal obligations, which is to deliver a draft budget to then sign off in June so that we can continue to function as a council, potentially not like Wellington where they have to have observers.
Right. I will now put recommendation 4A to 4L. It's already been moved and seconded by Pauline and myself. That's a substantive that we're voting on, just to be clear. Can councillors clearly indicate if they want votes for or against or abstentions recorded? And we can take divisions if we want to. So I will put item 21, recommendation 4. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Right. Oh, hands up. I'll do division, shall I? No.
So those are division.
So for the entirety of recommendation 4, Councillor Peters,
Yes.
Councillor Fields,
Yep.
Councillor Harrison-Hunt,
No.
Councillor Coker,
No.
Councillor Donovan,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cotter, Councillor Henstock,
Yes.
Councillor Moore,
No.
Councillor Goff, Councillor Johansson, Councillor Kewen, Councillor MacDonald,
Yes.
Councillor Barber,
Yes.
Councillor McClellan,
Aye.
Councillor Scandrett,
Yes.
the Mayor.
Yep.
And Councillor Templeton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 for and 4 against.
Thank you. That is carried. Right. I was going to say we'll now take a break for staff to confirm any required updates to the consultation document, but I understand it, Katie is all over it.
Yeah, but
Yes.
she'll just just present the updates because the report has. Oh, Katie, I'll leave it to you. But,
since changes that we've made to the consultation document this afternoon. So the majority of the changes you'll see coming through on page 17, so bear with. Pausing momentarily for a breakout box here on Lincoln Road. We're getting there.
Speed reading.
So we had a section on changes to borrowing. We've now amended that slightly, adding in the question there for rating for renewals, noting that work still has to be done on that whole section to add in some more detail.
Katie, can we make it clear that can we be a bit more specific about what will be required to reach meeting our budget in future years? So that people are aware when they are asked about it, you know, if we don't do it now, what's it going to mean in the future for us to meet that target?
If you're comfortable, what the thing is that we will put more detail in about this, and because the CFO has been given delegations,
so you can delegate, so that can go in.
More work to actually clarify that debt headroom in the balanced budget.
We have added in a question here about reducing or cutting services to help reduce rates. And working with Councillor Peters, we have amended the proposal to grant $5 million to the Air Force Museum site with the changes there in red. And I believe we have agreement on that. And that really is the subtotal of the changes that we have now. We've also changed that in the back of the document where we ask questions to consider when you're making your submission.
Okay, right. So what are your questions, Katie? Start down this end. Mel, and then Sarah and Tyler.
I was just wondering what kind of filtering process this has gone to make it more readable, because I feel like the whole document is not pitched at the level that we should be pitching at.
I'm working with what I've got here, and it's not an easy conversation to have. So we have the consultation document, and then sitting alongside this, we can also have a sort of like a usual A3 folded to A4, which has the kind of like the highlights and how to have your say. And we'll be relying on that as a sort of like a simplified version, I guess, of the key points of this consultation. But I need to say what I need to say within the consultation document, and it is a fine line there on making it understandable, but also hitting what we need to hit.
It's just, I feel like we talk about this every year, and, you know, a lot of the, you know, it reads well, but it's not the simplest language. It could be simplified a lot more, and if it went through a filter of the ordinary citizen or young people or someone who's not anything related to this building, it would probably be a lot better. It's my fear, and I think we need to put more effort into this.
We have, in all honesty, did run it through AI and say simplify the language. Did run it through AI, different sections of it saying please simplify the language, and it did change it quite a reasonable amount, but we could do that again.
Okay, thanks, Mel. Sarah?
Thanks. It just wasn't easy to see when you showed the box on the screen with the new red words on the savings to be made.
Certainly, just one moment. This one here.
Yeah.
So that point around the fact that anything separate to that would need to trigger a consultation process, is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, so just what we discussed yesterday, if we were going to, because this will encourage people to say, cut this, and if we're going to know community views and preferences, we also need to say, please let us know if there are things you don't want cut. Because otherwise, we'll only get one side. And we did raise that tonight.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. So just making sure that,
make sure we add that in.
If there is something where we need community views and preferences, and we've only gone out and asked for one side, we won't really know the community views and preferences. Thanks.
Yeah. So add that in.
We asked quite a similar question in the long-term plan. I'll relook at that wording and see what we can bring through.
Roger. Tyler?
Hey, Katie. Hey, I'm sort of following Mel's sentiment, but less aggressive. I'm having you on. I'm just trying to find alternatives in terms of being able to engage with particularly our younger generation in consulting. And I know the consultation document, there's things that you have to do under the LGA, etc., right? Would there be potential to have a separate document in layman's terms which doesn't hold you to the LGA?
It would be a tricky situation for us to get into where we have multiple versions of a consultation document. I think what would be a better approach is to look at something that we can do for marketing purposes, which shows the key points of the consultation and points people to where they can find out more information.
Okay, so something a bit more focused.
We're a bit more focused, but I would be loath to recommend 2 consultation documents. I think that would be dangerous territory.
Ending up.
Yeah. I think you sort of touched on it around the sort of cheat sheet, if you will. Yeah. So
yes, that.
What's going to be inside that cheat sheet in your view?
So it would be the key things that people were likely to find interesting. So the rate would be a biggie. Look, I am answering this a wee bit on the fly, and I'd like to consider that.
That's all right.
With some advice. But I think the key point from that document is really where people can go for more information and how they can have their say. And that, of course, means that they can go online.
Yeah.
They can talk to us in person. We're going to have some pop-ups at libraries. There'll be information at libraries and service centres, and there'll be opportunities to talk to us face-to-face. So there's going to be a number of ways that people can get the information.
Great. Last question is around some of the wording is so succinct that it sort of is really hard for the public to sort of contextualise it. For example, in page 5 or page 10 of our agenda, page 5 of the CD, it has changes to spending, and then there was digital contract cost increases over and above inflation, 1.1 million. I think the public really want to know why, and to save them from coming in here and asking, I'm wondering how we could actually provide more detail on those things.
So at the CE's discretion, we'll be able to add in some more detail on some of those bullet points if you feel that there's a bit light. So we can go for some explanatory text.
Okay.
It's the CFO's discretion, not mine. That's who it's delegated to.
At yours.
Do you sort of get what I mean? It just sort of stops the public from having to come in when they just sort of didn't really need to.
Yep.
If they know what the reason is.
So Bede and I can look at some of those bullets.
Sorry, mate.
No, that's okay. We can find
Right.
Cool.
Great.
Good. Thank you, Victoria.
Thank you, Mayor Phil. I share Mel's sentiments around the simplicity of the language, and I just want to highlight a couple of examples, please, about consistency and clarity. And the first one is on page 6 of the consultation document. We've got language where we refer to accelerating work, where we bring forward work, where we reprioritise to do earlier. And then we've got this phrase about retiming. And when you read it, you don't know whether you're retiming to bring it forward or you take it back. So can we just have a closer look, please, at that to get some clarity and some consistency with that? And then similarly on the box on page 7, I was just about to celebrate the fact that we're getting through this today without mentioning Wheels to Wings, but now I'm going to have to mention it myself. You're referencing that government funding contribution is unlikely to be provided. We've been told it's not going to be provided, so if something's not going to be funded, can you please say that? So just my request for clarity of language. If it's not going to be funded, then you need to say it's not going to be funded. And then the final one I want to bring is, there's an example there on page 5. I've read something that I've got no idea what it means. It's in changes to spending, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the 7th bullet point. I can understand all of those except for that 7th bullet point. Reduced ability to put cost against capital projects, 3.7 million. Now, I'm all over this annual plan and I've got no idea what that means. The public aren't going to have a clue what that means. Can I just get some clarity, please, about that? Because that means nothing unless I've missed something. Thank you.
Okay, and Yanni.
Yeah, thanks. I was just trying to understand, like, in our capital program, we've got, like, the Northern Line's got a budget increase of 16 million, but in the consultation document, there's no mention of that, and I'm just trying to understand why not. Like, there's mentions of 1.25 million, but not the 18 million.
Apologies, Councillor. Could you repeat that?
Oh,
Which
so
one?
like in our capital program,
Yes.
and I really thank the staff for the spreadsheets in the capital program. They're really good and really easy to see what's happening. But there's some projects that have got massive increases. South Express Route and the Northern Line, which are one's $16 million increase, another's 8.8 million, but they're not called out in the transport section. Instead, we've got an additional 2 million for speed limit changes or 2 million for Evans Pass, or it just the ones that are the bigger spend don't seem to be listed, and I was just wondering why not.
Yeah, look, some of those are whole of life, not just 1 year, but 1 year cost, so we can go and have a look to make sure that, again, to Councillor Henstock's point, consistency and clarity about what we're talking about. We can look at those.
Right. Do you think? Okay. Is it an error in the spreadsheet? Do you think? Or
No, it's not. No. What it's saying is that there's a whole of life cost there, and some are rather than 1 year. So I'd have to go and have, or we'd need to go and have a look at it. So what you've got there might be a whole of life cost, not just the annual plan cost.
So no, we do. We've got the current budget inflated, and it's got the total. So if you go to Northern Line,
So these are technicality things that
we can
Bede
iron
and
out.
Katie, yeah.
okay, but is there a quantum that you put things into the CD or not, or how do you work out what you highlight?
Well, quantum plays a part through you, Your Worship. I mean, quantum plays a part, but it's about, there's a number of factors that go in. It's whether it's got some importance to the, how it's rated in terms of importance to the community, what's happening in terms of shifting money from 1 year to the next. So there's a range of factors that go into it. No, quantum is just one factor.
Right, and with the Kiwi Rail,
How many more you got, bud?
Particular, not many. But like the Scruttons Road one is the only one that references taking money away from another project. So it says it's taking it from the Waltham Ferrymaid Bridge. So it's taking money from one MCR and putting it into the Kiwi Rail crossing. But it doesn't give the total cost of the project. Is there a way that we could actually tell people what the total cost of the project is, so that when they read the CD, they can see clearly that the project is 6.8 million, not 4.5?
Yes, so through you're looking at, we can look at that to make sure that they see.
But I think if Yanni spent a bit of time with you talking those through,
well,
what
but it's a kind of general thing on most of them, where it's showing the increase, but it's not telling what the total is.
We understand that.
And just the final question I had was in terms of the LTP. We passed a resolution around youth engagement. Are we able to get a sense of what's being done in regards to that? That was the council resolution. The council requests staff to work with the youth portfolio holder to prioritise youth engagement opportunities ahead of the FY 25-26 annual plan. So I'm just kind of trying to understand how young people have been involved, or what the plan is going forward.
Okay, thanks, mate. Andre, and then Sarah.
Thank you. Consultation 28th of February for 4 weeks. Have I got that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And the hearings April or May?
I'm sorry if there's still a May in there. It should be April.
So hearings will definitely be April.
I believe that's true, yes.
That's the plan. Yes.
Cool, okay, cool. Because they've been brought forward a month
They
from
have,
what you have. Nice one. So that sort of leaves an extra month compared to what we've usually got for plans, because we're still adopting it at the end of June.
Correct.
That's still correct? Yep.
Yes.
So that just allows an extra month. That's been intentional to allow more time for bits and bobs.
There's one or two other things on.
Cool. Yeah.
And there's other consultations going
Gotcha.
on as well.
Nice one. Thank you.
A lot on our plate. And Sarah, please, and then we'll move it.
Yeah, just following on from Councillor Henstock's point on the accuracy, while there's currently no funding available from Waka Kotahi for the Wheels to Wings, governments change and GPSs change, so funding is currently unlikely, but governments change, and so it may get funding in the future, which is why we've deferred it instead of cancelling.
Okay, right. I'm moving recommendation 5, and Pauline is seconding it. That's just to approve the updated consultation document. He says with trepidation, is there any debate?
Oh, well, did we go through all the changes?
Yes, we did.
Yep.
What about the scoping of the shuttle service? I missed that.
You missed the bus.
Apologies, was that something that we're consulting on?
Yes.
Apologies.
Yes.
I have missed that one. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm glad.
And we can pick that one up. Absolutely.
Good work. Good spotting, 99. Okay. So, anyone would like to debate recommendation 5, which is updating the consultation document. Great. Right, we'll vote on that. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you, that's carried. Now we've got a bit of, we're on the last page, everybody. This is recommendations 6 to 8. I'll move them and Pauline will second them. And that's remaining ones. 6 to 8, that's consultation process, GM authorisation and noting. Is there any debate on those? There's no material changes. Is there any debate on those? Nope, so I'll put that. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you, that's carried. Karakia. Now, I must say before we finish, it's good that we've all worked together as well as we have today to get, and it's very good to see everyone here. It's very, very good to see. And because we've done so much work on this today, we don't have to come back and repeat it all again tomorrow. Yeah. So, Karakia Department.
It's too late. I was going to say the finance and performance. The finance and
I just need
performance.
to put standing orders back in.
Okay.
Oh, standing orders?
Yeah.
Yep.
All those in favour of standing orders? Aye. Against? Thank you, that's carried. Just pick someone. Yeah, right.
Tutapu, Kura, Te Aora, Te Turi, Whakataka, Te Turi, Whakataka,
Aye. Thank you very, very much.
Before everybody goes, can I just particularly acknowledge the finance team and the performance team?
Absolutely.